you start deluding yourself, you experience that eternal consciousness. That is what I am telling you. Smell is not eating. Please listen. Sometime, if you are planning to eat just for the sake of taste, not because of hunger, even if you enjoy the smell of the hotel, you will feel like you ate already. You won't feel like eating. If you are not really feeling hungry, but you decide to eat just for the sake of taste, or you saw the photographs of that food in the hoarding, in the poster, if you just decide to eat for the sake of taste or for the sake of the way the food looks, even if you enjoy the smell sitting in the hotel for a few minutes, you won't feel like eating, you will be full. Same way, if you are superficially looking into you, what is death, all that, even the smell of your consciousness, which is confidence. Let me explain. It's a very subtle point I am trying to explain. Listen. There is part of you which never dies, which is eternally alive. Your consciousness, your bioenergy. There is part of you which dies. Unfortunately, you associate yourself with which dies, but you draw confidence from which does not die. It is like just by smelling the food, you feel you ate and you are fulfilled. Smell can never fill your stomach. Listen, only if you eat, it can fill your stomach. Same way, just the confidence of bioenergy that you are never going to die will not make you enlightened, solve the issue once for all. The confidence of your bioenergy, you are never going to die, will be there till your nail gets broken or you face a small fracture. A hairline crack is enough to take away your confidence that you are eternal, you are not going to die. Please listen. You are eternal, you are not going to die. That confidence is only the smell of your bioenergy, not experience of your bioenergy. The rebirth has happened. I had many extraordinary spiritual experiences, but realization of my incarnationhood, who I am, the original state, that realization completely disconnected me from the world. Around 9 months, I was completely away from this body and mind, even though this body and mind was taken care by Kalabhairava. Kalabhairava was handling it. It was at least doing the activities to keep itself alive, like breathing, eating rarely once in a while. Body was doing those basic actions. But there was no sleep or 1, 2, 3. Body was doing minimal activities to keep itself alive. But I was completely out. So after 9 months, see, the last moment I remember was 2000 January 1st till evening. After that, I can recollect is only the 2000 Diwali. almost 9 months after, only on the Diwali day, 9 or 10 months, on the Diwali day evening, between 4:30 to 6, I saw very clearly as a motherly, healing, compassionate, loving Kali energy landed into the body, and the first word came out in Tamil language, Anandamaga irungal. After almost 9 to 10 months gap, that was the first word, just like a cracker, explosion, it came out. After that, a few words have started getting formed, then few sounds, then the coherent expression of words started happening. I think by next April, means 2001 April, the free coherent speech has started. So, Diwali is the auspicious day Mother Kali gave rebirth to this body, and this is the day the world was blessed with that beautiful blessing, be blissful. Even now, I always see, if that word comes out as a blessing, that's it. Whatever the person is asking, such a strong space is created as a blessing for that person, and I can say it's a real tathastu. It happened. I was nearing Arunachala. So I was staying in a place near Kanchipuram. I was able to move my hands and legs little coherently. So the body was going in a bus, the public transport, to Arunachala. Please understand, all this without any words inside. Just a vague memory only I have. Kalbhairava was moving the body. Maybe the eyes saw Arunachala from the distance in the bus. Bus has entered the Arunachala's energy field. I saw after 5 to 6 minutes, suddenly that Kali's energy landed in the body and the word came out. I can say that is the rebirth.
after that powerful session from Swamiji about what exactly is that space of being Devi, the key to the ultimate liberation. We all have that component within each and every one of us, which is eternal. When we recognize that, when we start more and more associating with that, that is the key thing. We all have all the 5 elements, all the 5 dimensions within us. We have the length, breadth, depth, time, and space dimension. It is about how much you associate with which one. Are you going to associate yourself more and more with the length, breadth, and depth? Or are you going to associate with your space dimension, that dimension of you that is reflecting Paramashiva? When we associate more and more with the length, breadth, and depth, we are affected by all things length, breadth, and depth. But when we are able to associate ourselves as space, when we are recognizing that space component within us and within each and every object around us, we really experience Paramashiva. In that space, now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation session. Today's power manifestation is going to be a very powerful working with the alchemy products. So why exactly these alchemy products? We have many different types of alchemy products like the mirror, the granite slab, the banyan tree leaf, and various other alchemy products. Swamiji reveals that these mirrors, etc., are spiritual alchemy products and they do not need any maintenance. They're exactly like a deity. How, if you have a deity, it will respond to you. They will hold that ultimate divine, that space component, reflecting it to you so that you can recognize it. Swamiji says spiritual alchemy products work on your neurological system and percolates your whole body, your whole system to become your reality completely. It literally works on the brain grooves in your brain. Mirror is the first level that we have. And then we move on to the granite slab where we can ultimately see even the Akashic records. And it's such a powerful power, really, because like in the Gurukul, we used to get the granite slabs. For us, literally, the granite slab was how we have the modern day computers, calculators. For us, literally, the granite slab was like that. So if we write our exam, we would take the granite slab to the exam and we would just see all the answers in the Krishtashila and the granite slab and we would write it down exactly like that. So originally we had gotten huge slabs that were quite thin. And they all, just through the power of the power manifestation, it would break. Swamiji says that actually when you do the power manifestation consistently, your entire slab will just disintegrate into powder. So after that, Swamiji had said, and they started getting that thick granite slabs. Granite, as you know, it's one of the hardest stones available. And that granite itself, through the power, can just disintegrate the more and more when you are using it. Let us see the Shastra Pramana for the power of alchemy products. This is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dardhyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. Paramashiva reveals, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, Kapalantar, Mano, Nyasa, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed, Nilita Lochana. In succession, Kramena, by that stability of the mind and inner space, the Dridhatva, that Dardhyat, Manaso Dardhyat, as Paramashiva reveals, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, the ultimate goal, the Uttama Lakshyam, having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of pure oneness with the source Paramashiva. As Paramashiva is so powerfully revealing, when that stability of the mind and inner space happens, that's the key point. That when there is nothing that can shake your firm resolve that yes, I am eternal, because you are associating yourself. You are viewing yourself only from the cognition of space. Swamiji says when a small nail break can just shake that belief you have, when that cannot be shaken by anything happening, by not a single thought disturbing you, that is when the power manifestation happens. As an Apta Pramana for this power, we beautifully see from the life of Meenakshi during the time where Meenakshi was ruling the entire Madurai Samrajyam. It was a highly advanced Vedic civilization that manifested and lived the science of power manifestation. So we have many questions coming up many times from the anti-Hindus, anti-Guru Hindus, and even Hindus who do not know that if our ancient Hindus knew everything, why did they not make trains? Why did they not make cell phones? If they had the so-called Sarvajñatva power, why did they not make all these things? That time was the time of where power manifestation was a lifestyle. In Meenakshi's time, there were no TVs the way we understand it today. There was just a granite slab on the wall. Whenever Meenakshi had some presidential address for the kingdom, she would go in front of the granite slab in the temple, which was at the time her court, and instantaneously through the Shaktipada, through the power manifestation, would appear in the granite slab of every person in Madurai, which they had in their house. And this is how she used to communicate without any sort of external circuit or electricity, just through the power of the third eye. In Swamiji's own life, we see how when one time when Swamiji was sitting with his guru, Ram Surat Kumar, and an ardent devotee had come for asking for enlightenment. And in the process of that, in a mirror, with the help of Mauna Swami Narayana Swami, one of Swamiji's gurus, who was famous in Tiruvannamalai for manifesting this power, showed him a certain incident, a certain scene happening in his house where his wife was having an affair with someone. And this agitated the man, but with the intense feeling connection he had, he settled down. Later, when he went home, he saw really nothing had happened because the only attachment he had was with his wife. But so clearly, he was able to show a scene in the alchemy product. So now, we are all also going to be manifesting this exact power of seeing through the alchemy products. So to start the preparation, I want to request each and every one of you to get all the items necessary for the whole power manifestation, okay? So we are going to be having a mirror. You can start with getting a mirror or a Krishnashila. So I want to just let everyone know, if you have an energized alchemy product already, you can use it for the manifestation. If you do not already have an energized alchemy product, today during the darshan, you can keep the alchemy product and Swamiji himself will energize it. So if you do not have an alchemy product, you can sit and just do the manifestation rounds through your third eye. If you do have an alchemy product, please get it. If you have any mirrors that are already energized, you can get it. Keep it with you, wipe it clean, put the Jnana Anjana or any Aushadas on it, whether it's the turmeric, the sandalwood paste, the vibhuti, the basma, the kumkum, which has been energized by Swamiji himself. You can apply it like a thick layer, like almost like a screen on top of it. Now the most important part. Before we start the power of seeing through the alchemy products, the most important thing to start with is to have the darshan of Swamiji in the alchemy product. So let's say we're using a mirror on the Aushadha. Now, each and every one of us will start with having the darshan of Swamiji. You're going to start by intensely connecting to Swamiji and requesting Swamiji, manifesting Swamiji's Vishwarupa Darshan. Any form may appear for you. but it will be very clearly Swamiji's form. Exactly as you see it. Right now, you're seeing this slide on your screen. The same clarity, even more clarity than that. You'll be able to see it on the mirror. Swamiji's clear form will appear. Connect to Swamiji. Just bow down to Swamiji's form when he appears. Start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. The first round, we're all going to be focusing on getting the darshan of Swamiji.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Can open your eyes and you can share what is that experience of Paramashiva, of Swamiji? What form did Paramashiva appear as his Vishwarupa for you in the alchemy product? In further rounds today, we are going to be doing many more intense power manifestations where you'll be able to manifest the power of remote vision, Akashic readings, etc. just through the alchemy product. Now, we are going to be entering into the next session where Swamiji beautifully reveals the higher truths on the ultimate Samadhi, that Sayujya Samadhi, being one with Paramashiva. Let us now hear the higher powerful cognitions on Sayujya Samadhi.
Understand, purpose of human consciousness is to manifest my being. Your body, mind, consciousness, everything is hardwired, programmed, created for manifesting my being. Anything you think as your priority other than manifesting my being is delusion. You manifesting my being, making the world manifest my being is the only priority. Understand, the universe came into existence by my will just to celebrate all of us. The togetherness, which is the depth of oneness. Oneness which is not falling into any delusion, even if that oneness becomes multi-level universes, beings, existence. Oneness never gets broken. Oneness never becomes multiple reality. Oneness never gets deluded. Undeluded, undiluted, absolute oneness remains as oneness, even though the multiple universes are appearing. Multiple human beings, multiple levels and layers of different beings, multiple time zones, everything does not delude oneness. I manifested myself as multi-level, multi-dimensions of the universe, and listen, I manifested myself as many for all of us to enjoy everything together. Togetherness is not anti-oneness, it is intense oneness. Intense oneness is togetherness. In microscopic level, reality of oneness. In the macroscopic level, reality of multiplicity continues to remain rooted in oneness. When you go to the microcosmic level, it's pure oneness. When you go to the macrocosmic level, it is infinity. The infinity and oneness is same. Oneness is celebrating itself as infinity in multiple ways. When I manifest Paramashiva's being in you, neurologically, you will feel absolute unclutching. Emotionally, you will feel absolute completion. In your reality, you will be manifesting all powers of Paramashiva. In your being, I myself will manifest with my own identity. Your identity, empowered by my identity, is your real identity. Your identity feeling separated from my identity is powerlessness, delusion. Your identity empowered by my identity, your identity empowered by my identity as the source of your identity is manifesting my being. Your identity is not against me and my existence. Your identity complements my being. When you understand your identity complements my being, you experience absolute surrender, love, powerfulness, oneness, cosmic enlightenment. Oneness with Mahasadashiva. I'll share with you all some of the most important sacred secrets. The way Sadashiva exists, the way you exist. If you understand this sacred secret, you will simply know your existence and Sadashiva's existence is in oneness. Understand? As long as you don't understand the truth of Sadashiva's existence and the truth of your existence, both will be separate. Both will be different, sometimes even opposite. As long as there is separation, as long as there is gap, as long as there is duality, contradiction, conflict, confusion continues to exist. If understanding about its existence comes to place, and understanding about your existence comes to place, you will know both are in oneness. All struggle is ignorance. Understand? If you have cracked the code, nothing is struggle in the universe. Universe does not believe in struggle. Mahadeva himself is Bholenatha. Understand, he is a Bholenatha, and he made this universe for the people who are Bholenathas. He did not make this universe for complicated people. No. He made it for the people who are Bholes. Understand? For example, understand this example. A light. Take it for example, sun. Sun reflecting on the mirror. If the mirror is pure, mirror will reflect the sun as it is. The reflection inside the mirror feels it is sun itself. I will not say it is a crime. It is okay because there is no other damage done to the reflection because of the mirror. It is literally the pure reflection. But if the mirror is broken, the reflection cannot feel it is pure reflection of the sun. It is a distorted reflection of the sun. Listen. Sun is there and the mirror is there. Sun is Sadashiva, the pure superconsciousness. The mirror is the system you are carrying. Physical, physiological, psychological, all put together. The system you are carrying is the mirror. Sun is the pure consciousness, Sadashiva. If your system is not broken, the reflection feeling, it is Sadashiva himself, is not wrong. Because there is no other component involved. You exist as sun exists. You don't exist when the sun does not exist. If the sun moves, you move. If the sun stays, you stay. So reflection in the pure mirror, feeling it is Sadashiva himself, is neither wrong nor completely reality. Surely it is not reality. Only when the reflection goes back to the source, it is one and the same. But reflection in the unbroken mirror, feeling it is sun, is not wrong. the reflection in the broken mirror cannot feel it is sun, because the other components are involved. The other components are involved. Understand? The moment the mirror is broken, reflection is distorted. Sun may be round, but the reflection will be, you don't know. It is dependent on the distortion in the mirror. Understand? Most of our body, physical, physiological, psychological, has become distorted. That is why the integrity seems to be so difficult and cheating seems to be so easy. The reflection in the distorted mirror, if that reflection starts behaving, it is Sadashiva. No, that's not going to work. But the reflection in the pure mirror can behave as Sadashiva, can manifest Sadashivatva, can play the Sayujya Mukti of Sadashiva, oneness with Sadashiva, because there is no other component involved other than the sun in that. But the moment distortions happen in the mirror, now it's no more possible. It's no more possible. Listen. You can see these photographs and try to understand the pure reflection and distorted reflection. Understand? Our body, physical, physiological, psychological. Please listen. Not only your blood, flesh, bone are all matter, even your thoughts are matter. Your thoughts do have a weight, maybe micromilligram, but they have weight. They are mass, they are matter. Your body, physical, physiological, psychological. When the mirror you carry, see your physical, physiological, psychological, all the three put together only, I call as the mirror you are carrying. The mirror you carry, when it is broken, distorted, disturbed, the reflection will not be pure. You need to heal that. Aushadha is the herbal combination of herbs, prana, cosmic force energies, ultimately the Shaktipada of Sadashiva. Combination of all this is Aushadha. When it is used as prescribed by the Agamas, Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana, and Atma Pramana, they heal the mirror you are carrying. They heal the mirror you are carrying. The more the mirror is healed, the more the reflection becomes pure. More the reflection becomes pure, more Sadashivatva manifests. Understand? It all boils down finally to the integrity to the source. If the mirror is not distorted, it is integrated to the source. More distortion, more lack of integrity. न तत्र चक्षुर्गच्छति न वाग्गच्छति नो मनः न विद्मो न विजानीमः यदैतदनु शिष्यात् अन्यदेव तद्विदिदात् अथो अविदिदात् अधि इति शुश्रुम पूर्वेषां येनस्तत् व्याचक्षिरे. Let me read out the translation. There the eye goes not, the speech goes not, nor the mind and the intellect. We do not know, we do not understand how that reality, consciousness can be taught. It is distinct from the known, as it is far beyond man's finite objective nature. That is what the mind, eyes, ears or speech, the senses can perceive, and it is beyond the unknown, as it can be known by man's divine infinite subjective nature. Thus we have heard from the ancient masters who revealed and explained that to us. Listen. The moment I read this verse, I had one experience flashing in me which happened in my life in 1995. I'll narrate the whole thing, listen carefully. After I had the darshan of Shankar Baba in Haridwar, who came and gave me food, medicine and cured me, I was completely hale and healthy, blissful, running all over the Haridwar, enjoying. Suddenly one day evening I heard the news that one Swami Vairagyananda, Ramakrishna's Dharmapatni, Ardhangini, Sharada Devi's disciple. Sharada Devi should be called as Dharma Samvartini, not Dharmapatni. Dharmapatni is a too small word. Dharma Samvartini. She rolled the Dharma Chakra of Ramakrishna. Her disciple, her own initiated disciple, Swami Vairagyananda, I have heard about him. I have even had his darshan earlier. I heard that he is in hospital, really ill and need to be attended. There is a hospital in Kankal. The land was given by Mahanirvani Akkada to Ramakrishna Mission, and Ramakrishna Mission built the hospital and maintaining it. In 17 places, Mahanirvani Akada has given land to Ramakrishna Mission. Kashi, Haridwar, major places of India, many places, Mahanirvani Akada has given to Ramakrishna Mission. And so I ran to the hospital. I had the opportunity of serving him. The best punya this body has ever earned is serving the elderly sadhus, especially when they are sick. Cleaning up their one, two, without feeling hesitation or any of the so-called emotions, treating them properly. By the time I went and started attending to him, he was not able to go to restroom. He used to have everything in the bed itself, and I used to clean, take care, and he has developed little bed sores, and I used to attend to that. That is my passionate, the best thing I enjoyed in my life is taking care of elderly sadhus. I will always be there when there is elderly sadhus who are not well, who need to be attended. I was attending to him. I had the fortune of attending to him for few days continuously. He was so happy the way I took care of him. And he is a Mahatma. Mahatma means I can see clearly the internal organs are failing, but the beaming joy in his face. Even at that time, he will not lie down flat. He will say, hey, only bogis lie down flat, never yogis. His internal organs are failing. He may be alive maximum next 24 hours or 48 hours, not more than 2-digit hours. The voice, hey, Koka. Koka is the Bengali word to address a kid or a child. He used to call me as Koka Maharaj. Koka. In Tamil it's a bad word, so don't use. Koka Maharaj, make me sit. I have to drag him a little up so that he is at least in the slanting position. I just had one idea happening. What I can learn from him at this situation? What should I learn from him at this situation? The person of this caliber, tapasvi. The moment I had this flow, kind of a thought current, not exactly thought current, kind of a current, he just opened his eyes and, Koka, listen. If you enjoyed only 5 senses related pleasures, when that 5 senses cannot function anymore, you will fall in depression. because life will feel empty. Then, if you enjoyed only kind of a thinking, the intellectual pleasures, like scientists, mathematicians, logicians, when that logic is failing, the powerful logic is giving way, you will fall into depression. He was narrating beautifully. Listen carefully. First listen. He was telling, if you are all the time hooked on to the TV, when your eyes fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the music, if your ears fail, you will fall into the depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the tongue, when your tongues fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to physical pleasures, when your body fails, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time into these intellectual debates and brain candy, when that fails, you will fall into depression. Even if you have developed only the power of repeating the name of the God, Japa, when your logic slowly fails, you will not be able to do that, you will fall into depression. If you have visualized and meditated on God, when your visualization is getting dull, you will fall into depression. You will not be able to hold anything. He was describing step by step. He said, throughout my life, I developed to rest in that pure, unclutching space and my integrity to my Guru. So even though one by one my senses have failed, my intellect is failing, my ability to remember is failing, my visualization is failing, my emotions are failing, all that is failing. But because my whole life I developed the strength of resting in my pure completion and unclutched space, or pure questioning, whatever I say, that Advaita Nirvikalpa Samadhi, now I am simply resting into it. Beyond that is my integrity to my Guru, which is holding me from the bottom. So I just know I am relaxing in right space. There is no depression. There is only joy. This is what you can learn from my life as lesson. See, in your brain, if the salt level in your food and blood, the salt level goes down or creatinine level goes up. Please understand. If creatinine level goes up or the salt level goes down significantly, both will make you lose, your brain will lose its ability to remember and connect. So even if you develop the habit of japa, at one time you can fall into depression, because it will not be helpful when your brain collapses, loses its ability to connect and remember. The best thing you should develop in your system is your ability to be in the space of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the space of Sadashivoham, the space of perpetual completion, space of Sahaja Samadhi, space of Nithyanandoham, Whatever different words I may use, I mean only that space which is technically called by Sadashiva as Sayujya Samadhi or Sadashivoham or Nirvikalpa Samadhi by Patanjali, Nirbija Samadhi by Shankara. You should develop only that space, and that space also will give way at one point. Then the space you will fall is the integrity with Guru. Understand? That is the last space you will fall. After that, you can't do anything. That hand has to just take you in and digest you. Understand? Compromise on anything, not on integrity with Guru.
You all understand the science of Sayujya Samadhi that Swamiji just explained and revealed to all of us. This is one of the most important aspects that Swamiji addressed. Sayujya Samadhi means where we are literally merging into oneness with the divine. And literally where you are attaining, like physically, you are just becoming one with the divine. And Sayujya Samadhi leads us to the highest experience of Samadhi, leads us to having the highest knowledge, the best experience of Samadhi. And please understand, one of the most important aspects, multiple aspects of the divine is to experience that completion, that fulfillment, and to merge. All the life in planet Earth happens for this reason. For all of us to merge in oneness with the divine. For all of us to connect, gain that experience with the divine. Now, I request all of you to do one thing, right? Can I request each of you to post an understanding of what do you think? What do you understand from what Swamiji revealed? Can I request each of you to please post? Great. Yes, can I request each of you to post, please? Sanjay or Yaya, for these alchemy products, you can get most of these alchemy products have been energized by Swamiji. Swamiji himself gives Indian Bidadi during the program's time. Right now, unfortunately, because we don't have that physical ecosystem, you can get mirror today and turmeric or sandalwood powder today. You can get your mirror, some mirror which you'll use only for power manifestation purposes, energized, and that can be used. So alchemy products, you can create one in your own house. So you can bring it at the point. You can during the darshan today. Please do bring it. Sorry, you you can get it energized and you can use. Maswat Lee Tan. Maswat Lee Tan. It will be attended to, ma. You will hear the response. The team will reach out to you. You can also call the person you are in touch with from KAILASA's Ministry of Department of Human Services. So please, you can reach out to them. But from our side also, we will be attending to it. But don't worry, Pada Puja will be starting very, very soon, actually. So we'll be attending to it. Just stay tuned with us. All right. So now I have something very exciting for all of you. See, ultimately, for us to manifest the space of Sayujya, right? One of the most important aspects is experiencing the Kundalini awakening. And now we're all going to be doing a very powerful Kriya, which is going to be working directly on awakening our Kundalini and helping us connect directly with the divine. So, shall we all start? First, we are going to be listening to the video where Swamiji is himself revealing the technique. Right after that, we will be having an Acharya who will guide us through the Kriya, and I request all of you to sincerely do the Kriya along.
Let me define Kundalini exactly, especially for the sake of newcomers. Kundalini is an extraordinary inner potential energy which is in every human being. Once awakened, not only can bring tremendous physical health and mental health and emotional fulfillment, can bring extraordinary powers, can manifest extraordinary experiences and powers in your personality, extraordinary joy in your personality. Please understand, when systematically awakened, it can add to extraordinary power, strength, energy. I'll now initiate all of you into this powerful Yan Kriya, which is a direct process for awakening the Kundalini. Before this Kriya, at least 10-20 minutes, don't eat or drink anything because your body needs to be a little free. Let me enter into the Kriya initiation. Please understand. I'll give you the instruction now. Don't do now. We'll start next. The first step. Please understand. It is one of the most powerful, sacred secret from the Saraswati civilization directly. I do not know how many thousands of years before this secret was discovered and evolved. to awaken the intense inner potential energy of your body and alter the very basic unit of your body, which you may call as a DNA or molecular or genetical system, whatever you call it, to alter the whole thing for good. Now I am making this science available to you all after doing thorough scientific study and observation. And I tell you, no side effect, no negative effect, only side effect is health and bliss. Do it with courage and sincerity. My only request is, if you already have any serious heart conditions, hypertension, high blood pressure, other serious illnesses, then don't do. Just sit and sit with restful awareness in this presence. When others are doing this kriya, that is enough, because your bio memory is very intelligent. It catches the high frequency and energy even while others create it. This is what I call passive kriya, like a passive smoking. How a passive smoking also affects a person who is not directly smoking, same way passive kriya also brings health to you. If you are sitting around the people who are levitating, if 7 people are levitating in the group where you are sitting, I guarantee within 21 days your body will catch levitation.
Nithyananda, let us all now get ready to do the Kriya. I request all the participants, every one of you, to please settle down. Like Swamiji said, please do not drink or consume anything for some time. I request everyone to settle down. This is a very, very powerful Kriya. Actually, what this will do is, this will directly work on awakening your Kundalini. And it will give you the experience of Sayujya Samadhi. In the first step, you're going to be sitting. I request everyone, this consists of 7 steps. And I request each one of you to please sit.
Now please sit straight. We are now going to be guiding the steps, and we are going to be having Ma Shambhava, who is going to be conducting the Kriya, demonstrating the Kriya and showing it to all of us. Please sit straight. Inhaling through one nostril, left, and exhaling through right. Then inhaling through the right and exhaling through the left. Please do this 11 times. Please start. Sit straight. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Inhale through your left and exhale through your right nostril. Again, inhale through your right nostril and exhale through your left nostril. Please do this 11 times. Please start. Inhale as slow Inhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Just relax, sit straight, and bring your awareness to your breathing and do this. Let us now move to the second step. We are now going to be doing Bhastrika. Please listen carefully and kindly follow along. Bhastrika means pull your lower abdomen in and up. You will automatically exhale. Just focus on pulling your abdomen in and up. We'll have Ma Shambhava demonstrate it for us now. Just exhale forcefully. Pull your stomach in and up and exhale. Just keep focusing on exhaling. Automatically inhalation will happen, but let your focus be fully on exhaling. Please do this 21 times. Now, let us move to the step number 3. Inhale as slowly as possible. And hold the lungs full as long as possible. Exhale as slowly as possible. Hold the lungs empty as long as possible. This whole thing is one cycle. I request everyone to do this now. Inhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Now, hold the lungs full of air as long as possible. Once you're not able to hold it anymore, then you can exhale. And once you exhale, hold your lungs empty as long as possible. Even your exhalation should be extremely slow. Do this whole cycle 21. Now, let's all move to the next step. Please lock your hands and the senses. Your thumb should be on your ears. We'll have Ma Nithyananda showing us the step now. Lock your ears with your thumb. Your index and middle finger on the eyes. Ring finger on your nostrils and the little finger on the lips. Please follow along as Ma Shambhava is showing it to us. Thumbs on your ears, your index and middle finger on the eyes, ring fingers on the nostrils, little fingers on the lips. Now, suddenly block all the five senses, including breathing. After some time, you will feel the suffocation where you feel like you cannot hold it anymore. You will feel as if you're going to faint. Then relax your nostrils and allow the body to balance. Just freeze everything, including your eyeballs. Freeze all the senses. Your thumb should lock your ears, and the index finger and middle finger should lock your eyes. Ring finger should block your nostrils, and your mouth should be closed with a little finger on it. Just freeze. Block all the five senses, including breathing. When you're not able to hold it anymore, relax. Please do this now for next 21 times. Breathe comfortably for 21 times. Touch all your senses and hold it for next as long as possible until the time you almost feel like suffocating. Till then, please freeze all your senses. Now, let us all move to the next step. We are now going to be moving to the next step, where you're going to just intensely hum. Continue holding the same mudra, where your hands, the thumb is in your earlobes, and your index and middle finger are on the eyes. Your ring finger is in the nostril. Little finger is on the lips. Hold the same thing and you're going to intensely hum. Just the intense humming. I hope all of you have finished the previous step. Now just sit and intensely do the humming. Please start. Just sit and intensely do the humming. Just hum. Please do the humming. spirit. Connect with the Guru's energy. Receive it fully and empty it down to the earth, where you become a channel for the energy to flow through you. And to do this, you're going to be sitting on your knees and you're going to raise your hand high, receive the energy, and you're going to be letting the energy to pass to the Mother Earth. This is called as Shakti Dharana. We're going to do this 7 times. Receive the energy and bend down and leave. Let the energy settle into the ground. We'll have Ma Shambhav demonstrating it now. Please sit like how Ma Shambhava is sitting. Raise your hand, look up and receive the energy of the Guru. Let it flow through all your chakras. Let it fill you. Become the channel for that energy. Bend down to the ground and let the energy pass to the Mother. Repeat this cycle 7 times. Again, get up, receive energy. Now, just please sit down, close your eyes. In this step, please settle down. I request everyone to please sit down. Now create a strong pressure on the nostrils and ears, and as much as you can on the eyes. Just hold it as long as you can. Create a strong pressure on your nostrils, ears, as much as possible, and as much as possible on your eyes also, and hold it as long as you can.
Slowly relax. Slowly relax. You can open your eyes. You can relax the pressure. Settle down. This is the most powerful end Kriya that Swamiji has revealed. Swamiji says that one end Kriya is equivalent to doing 108 Surya Namaskars. We have the process of doing the Surya Namaskara, the 108 times. One end Kriya, which you have all just now gone through, is equal to that. That much Kundalini energy has flooded our entire system. Swamiji says, when any energy that goes vertical, like Kundalini, floods your system, power manifestation of your very reality happens as a side effect. Now, let's start. Continuing the power manifestation. In the previous session, we had the darshan of Swamiji. If there's anyone yet to have the darshan, you can continue. Swamiji reveals that for the whole science of alchemy products, each and every time you manifest it, you start by getting the darshan of Swamiji and then bowing down to that form of Swamiji in the Krishnashila, in the mirror, in the alchemy products, and then move on further to the manifestation. So all of those who have not yet had the darshan, you can go ahead, sit, have the darshan of Swamiji. And in this round of power manifestation, we are going to be doing the power of remote vision through the granite slab, through the alchemy products. So I request all of you to settle down. You can drink some water if you want, because all this pranayama and all creates so much energy, so much of heat in the body. So you can drink some water and get your alchemy products ready to start this round of manifestation. Can get your mirror. Again, just reiterating, all those who do not yet have an energized alchemy product by Swamiji, you can keep it today. During the darshan, you can keep a mirror. Ensure the mirror you're using is going to be only for the power manifestation. You will not be using it for any other purpose. And the aushadas, either turmeric, pure organic turmeric, the vibhuti, the bhasma, pure kumkum, the processed turmeric, or the sandalwood, pure sandalwood powder. Like this, there are various aushadhas that Swamiji has revealed. So you can keep any of these aushadhas ready. And Swamiji will be energizing it today during the darshan. For all those who already have the energized aushadha and the energized alchemy products, you can use your alchemy products for this round of remote vision. So now, let's start. To start this round off, connect with a partner. Each and every one of you are going to start off by connecting to a partner, and you're going to be scanning the exact details of them. Okay, let's do this. You're going to scan right now of a particular person, the color that they are wearing. So you can call up a partner or connect in the Zoom to a partner. Let it not be a video call. Through your third eye, you're going to scan and tell what color dress that they are wearing at the moment. You can connect, and without going on video, without knowing it logically, like you've never seen them today. Let's say you have not seen them today. Call someone like that. Or you can connect to people in the room. You're going to be scanning the color of the dress that they are wearing. But what you're going to be doing for all those who have the alchemy products, energized alchemy product, Let's say you have a mirror. Put the thick layer of the Jnananjana on the mirror. Once you have had the darshan of Swamiji, just connect to Swamiji. Do the pure space of unclutching. Chant the Mahavakya. Connect to Swamiji and let Paramashiva reveal to you in that mirror what is the details of the color of the dress that they are wearing currently.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
You can start the manifestation process. Once you've connected, scan the exact color that they are wearing at this moment. Let your complete focus, awareness beyond Paramashiva, because it is only Paramashiva who is living through your body right now. Right now, the screen in front of you, you're able to perceive the colors, whether it's Swamiji's image, the dress, the brown rudrakshas, the brown turban, the golden crown, the purple background, or me with my orange dress, black hair. All of this you're able to perceive itself only because of Paramashiva in your body. Paramashiva is reflecting through you. A dead body cannot recognize any colors. It is Paramashiva who is giving you the ability to recognize anything you are recognizing even now. The same way Paramashiva, who knows everything in this cosmos, who is all pervasive, can tell you the color of the dress your friend is wearing. Connect completely to him. Surrender completely to him. Sit as Paramashiva, as Swamiji himself. Your being is not different from Paramashivas with 25 heads, 50 hands, and 75 eyes.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
You can share now with your partner. What are all the details about their appearance, their dress color, identifications, currently where they are, what they are doing? All of this you can now share with your partner that you are manifesting with. Just casually just tell, this is what Paramashiva showed me. I remember the time when I was in Gurukul. Every Sunday we used to call our families, and I would talk to my father, and he would be in work, he would be doing various things, and I would tell him every single Sunday, I would call him And the first thing I would tell him is, right now you're over here, you're doing this, and you're wearing this colored dress. This is how I would start the conversation, just through the power of remote vision, scanning and just telling him. I would start the conversation with, this is the colored dress you're wearing today. It would just be a regular call. There was no video call, nothing, no pictures, nothing. And this is where you are. This is what you're doing right now. This is how the lighting of your area is. And then we will start the conversation. This is how easy these powers are and can become your lifestyle. Now, we are going to be entering into the next session. Swamiji's revelations on the greater truths of Ardhanareeshwara, the ultimate gender. That is what Swamiji is going to be revealing today during this process. Let's now listen to the higher powerful cognitions from Swamiji on Ardhana.
The social concepts and definitions of gender, gender related issues, if you take it as a joke, great. But if you seriously record them in your muscle memory and biomemory and keep them inside your cognition, it can be dangerous. Please listen. It can be dangerous. When a male body made to believe certain concepts of masculine, certain concepts of being a male by the society, the kind of a tension that muscle memory, biomemory goes through, the kind of a suppression it goes through, the kind of expectation it has about the other gender, the kind of incompletion it suffers and craves for the suppressed part, is hell. Such punishment for whole life. And the worst thing is, whatever you suppressed in you, declaring yourself as the male and avoiding anything other than so-called male, you will be searching for it in some other muscles which you will never find. Which you will never find. And this seeking goes on, tortures the person who is living with you, who has committed their life to you. It is like you torture the other person. The other person, she has her own suppressions. She is also product of the society, unenlightened resources. She has suppressed tons of things in the name of she being a female. So all that she is searching in your muscles. It's like in Indian villages, this early morning hen will come out with chicken and start searching all the dustbins for food. Searching. Searching in others for the suppressed component in your muscle, searching in others for the suppressed component in your muscle, is the most frustrating thing that can happen to anybody in life. Even if you are a potato couch, because you did trial and error on yourself, it's easy to get you out of it. But the patterns you pick up from others, believe it as your muscle memory, install it in your biomemory, takes such long completion, requires strong completion process for you to get out. Again and again it triggers violence, dissatisfaction, incompletion, resistance, a wrong principles of sex. Understand this word, wrong principles of sex. Earlier in India, men used to wear only the dhoti and maybe one small angavastram. Slowly, the exposed upper body started getting associated with the idea of sex. Then they will have to cover. Then now even the exposed shoulders gets associated with the idea of sex. I don't know when the exposed eyes and the nose are going to get associated with the idea of sex. And then you have to wear complete covering. Understand various parts of body triggering various ideas, concepts, patterns in your system shows how the society is going lower and lower level, and our common agreements are sinking deeper and deeper and stinking. Our common understandings do matter. Our common understandings do matter because knowingly or unknowingly, even if you understand the higher principles, in your day-to-day life you are forced to live the common understandings. Ardhanareeshwara is the ultimate symbol of the completion of the gender identity. Liberation from gender crisis. It's a beautiful form Paramashiva takes to show the completion of the gender identity. Each manifestation of Paramashiva is one of the dimension which includes whole Paramashiva. Listen, Ardhanareeshwara does not mean he is only Ardhanareeshwara. Ardhanareeshwara is the manifestation of complete Paramashiva. You should know that even if you achieve any one manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Nataraja, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Lingarupa, you achieve Paramashiva. you achieve Kalabhairava, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Hariharamurti, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve any one form of the 64 manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. So, many sampradayas of the Saivite tradition center themselves on one manifestation of Paramashiva. For example, Aghoris center themselves on Mahakalabhairava. Veerashaivites center themselves on Lingarupa and Veerabhadra. Each sampradaya centers themselves on one form of Paramashiva. Tantra sampradaya centers itself on Ardhanareeshwara. So understand, when I give these basic principles, the foundation principles of Tantra sampradaya, and when you start living it, manifesting it, you achieve Ardhanareeshwara directly, and Ardhanareeshwara is Paramashiva himself. The word Tantra simply means technique, methodology. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all methodology for manifesting the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva is called Tantra. That's it. Please understand. State, space, powers and being of Paramashiva, manifesting that is called Tantra. Any methodology adopted for that purpose is called Tantra. In course of time, it got associated with multiple traditions like Shakta, Bauddha, Samana. In multiple sampradayas, orders, traditions of Hinduism, it got identified, associated, started having different connotations, and then comes the anti-Hindu narratives, anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-phobic forces contains this word and boxes it inside gory sexual activities and orgies. Without any understandings and reality, I tell you, Tantra is the most anti-sex practice. In real tantric practice, whether you do it with your own being or you do it with some beings outside, it just liberates you from everything felt as a need or urge. Understand? Food is not wrong, but urge pushing you to eat is wrong. Sex is not wrong, but the urge making you lose your balance and your integrity and pushing you to do the act is wrong. Understand? Anything which breaks your integrity is wrong, not the act. Last few days satsang I was insisting on cutting down the solid food intake. Bring it to 10% of the calorie which you are consuming usually. Just 10%. If you used to consume 2000 calorie, bring it to 200 calorie. If you are used to consume 1000 calorie, bring it to 100 calorie. It's almost like I'm asking you to do fasting. Just increase the liquid and balance your routine. Understand? If you have started practicing, you will realize not having solid food, so much of irritation, anger, all the non-integrity emotions manifesting in you. Tiredness will disappear, boredom will disappear, but suddenly you will feel too much of energy and you don't know what to do. I tell you, eating is not wrong, but the urge pushing you to eat is wrong. And sex is not wrong. The urge which makes you lose your integrity for sex is wrong. Tantra works on completion, making you manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. Listen carefully. Multiple, various techniques to experience the state of Paramashiva, like unclutching, completion, to experience the space of Paramashiva, like integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, to experience the powers of Paramashiva, oneness, initiation, Aushada, money, mantra, Aushada, to manifest the being of Paramashiva, Diksha, ultimate initiation, communion, oneness with Guru, who is embodiment of Paramashiva, makes you manifest the being of Paramashiva. All these various levels, multiple techniques are adopted, methodologies are adopted. All of them are basically called as Tantra. Understand, Tantra is the most anti-sex, most anti-sex tradition. If you believe, if you are told Tantra is the sexual tradition, you are cheated. Be very clear, you are cheated. The kind of the feeling grounded you need to have, never to have tears in your eyes, can happen only by Tantra. When you are grounded, complete with all the emotions of body shaming, good, bad, right, wrong, everything need to be cleansed. All the toxic ideas inserted into your system, shame, guilt about your body and how you look and how you feel and the ideas of sex, gender, everything, all the false ideas society has inserted into you need to be removed. You need to be detoxified from all that stupid ideas. That's the only way. That's the only way you will get grounded and become a real Rudraganya. Every man should become a Rudra and every woman should become Rudraganya. That is Tantra. Every man should become Paramashiva, every woman should become Parashakti. That is Tantra. Paramashivoham will give you precise understandings about Tantra, deep understandings about Tantra constantly. You demanding yourself and behaving even with yourself as Paramashiva and manifesting the qualities and state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva continuously in your actions, in your life, in your thinking, in your emotions, everything. That is Tantra. That's all is Tantra. Understand? Life in all its possibility manifesting is Tantra. The Paramashiva in you and Parashakti in you becoming one, the communion and experiencing oneness is Tantra. A very powerful incident happened in my life. One day, very playfully, all my classmates wanted to have a debate with me. Some questions they asked about Ganesha. I answered very strongly. Then one fellow said, he talks as if he knows everything. The other fellow said, no, he knows everything. And then they said, all right, tomorrow we will come up with a question. We will ask, any question you answer, we will give you 5 rupees. Those days 5 rupees is a big money. And any question I am not able to answer, I have to give 5 rupees. Some 10 boys gathered. I went to Kuppammal. She told me, go and attend, nothing to be afraid, go and do it. Somehow I had the confidence. And I did not even have the thought, if I don't know some answer, what will I do? Anyhow, I went and they started putting all kinds of questions. Went on and on and on. I was answering. Suddenly one very tricky question came. See, in Tiruvannamalai, there is a small temple on the Pearl Hill, means Pavalakundru. On that there is a small temple. The whole city believes the temple as a Subramanya temple because only for Subramanya's function people will go there and have darshan and come. And always on the top of the hill only Subramanya's temple will be there in Tamil Nadu. They just asked me one question. That temple they celebrate the Subramanya celebration. Is it Subramanya's temple? Whole village and the whole everybody knows it is only Subramanya temple. Before answering, I just looked in. I saw very clearly the point which I call as balance. If you just put a rod between your ears and a rod through your third eye, where the two rods meet, that point is called balance. I saw very clearly that balance opening up and the information getting downloaded. No, it is not Subramanya temple, it is Ardhanareeshwara's temple. Subramanya's shrine is also there, but the main deity is Ardhanareeshwara. And I tell you honestly, never that information was fed into me through eyes or through ears, because I had never been inside the temple's Garbha Mandir before, or never I heard from somebody it is Ardhanareeshwara's temple. Never ever the information was fed to me through eyes or through ears. If you open the channel of receiving the information where the eyes and ears meet, that is what I call internet connection. The balance, the sixth sense. If the balance has access to information, it is internet connection. Your eyes are like web camera. Your ears are like speaker in the computer. You all know only how to use the eyes and ears and the keyboard. You miss the internet connection. By nature, you have the internet connection in you all. Just because you are breathing, you have internet connection. And there is no website which you can't access. There is no firewall. There is no security. You can access anything without getting corrupt or without getting infected by virus. Any information can be accessed and handled. I saw very clearly that information being happening, and I responded. One boy who was there, he got really frightened, because any normal person goes to the temple, usually the temple will be open only during some celebration. During that celebration time, always the Subramanya will be kept in the front. So nobody will have the access to the Garbha Mandir to go and even have a look of the original deity. You are shocked. And I saw really that fellow got shaken so much. He never thought, I'll know such a intricate information, fact, such deep fact, because he is from a Brahmin family who does puja of the temple. So he thought, except his family, nobody knows it is a Ardhanareeshwara temple. And actually itself nobody knows. Even now in the village, in the city, it is considered only as a Subramanya temple. He said, how do you know? Only we people who enter the Garbha Mandir know. It's Ardhanareeshwara. It's not Subramanya. I said, Arey, you enter Garbha Mandir every day and come out. I am inside Garbha Mandir. An enlightened being cannot be constrained into, first of all, one body. Forget about constraining me into one gender. In Vedic tradition, we call enlightened beings as transcendental gender, not transgender. Transcendental gender. Neither male nor female or gay or lesbian or transgender. It's a separate kind of a body. We call it Divya Sarira, which reflects the way you want to see, you will go on be seeing it. The way you want to perceive, you will be perceiving it. The way you want to enjoy, you will be enjoying it. So it is even in language, words, Sanskrit gives exemption from all the grammar, rules, everything to enlightened beings. The Sanskrit grammarian, he says, enlightened beings are trying to express something which can never be expressed through words. So they are exempted from all grammar rules, everything. It is called Arsha Prayoga. Whenever a rishi uses the language for his own convenience, the way he wants and the way he interprets, it is accepted as a trend and grammar rule, and it is called Arsha Prayoga. He is not bound by the linguistic rules, grammar rules. Same way, an enlightened being cannot be constrained even to one body with so much of difficulty when he is trying to express through one body. You can never be able to constrain him to one gender. Whether psychology or physiology or the whole system, the body I carry, nothing can be framed into one gender. Actually, the enlightenment itself is a physiological, psychological mutation.
Nithyananda, I hope all of you are able to hear us now. Sorry for the technical glitch. We have faced with a small technical glitch. Yes. Nithyanandam, so beautifully Swamiji had explained to us about Ardhanareeshwara, the ultimate gender of Ardhanareeshwara, and how he is Paramashiva in that ultimate state, actually the very place where Parashakti, Devi Parashakti herself experienced oneness with Paramashiva. That place is called as Pavarakundra, and that is exactly where Swamiji had his enlightenment experience in Tiruvannamalai. All of you can see this rock, the Pavarakundra. This is the exact spot where Devi Parashakti had her experience of oneness. Nithyanandam, are all of you able to hear me? Okay, wonderful. So all of you can, yes, so this is the very rock where Swamiji had his enlightenment experience at the age of 12, where Swamiji was able to have the 360-degree vision and experience oneness with everything. So that happened here, right here, in this very place where Ardhanareeshwara manifested. See, Ardhanareeshwara is transcendental gender. We are familiar with our normal understanding of genders, and we call some set of people as transgender. But that's completely different. Transcendental gender is where you're neither male nor female nor any transgender. You're beyond all of these. And this happens where the level of completion, that depth of completion, reaches up to your very bio-memory. All the mental and physical disorders are due to the parasite within our bio-memory. And when the bio-memory is awakened and it is experiencing that complete completion, you will start manifesting being a transcendental gender. Nature of Ardhanareeshwara is where, like, Ardhanareeshwara is beyond the male or female. It's the completion of both. Are all of us understanding? Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and type your understandings and posts? Please take a few minutes and type what all you have understood about Ardhanareeshwara. Come on. Who is Bhagavan Ardhanareeshwara? See, understand. Actually, in the Ardhanareeshwara revelation, one of the revelations Swamiji says is, it is not that, see, at Parashakti, experiencing oneness with Paramashiva is where Paramashiva enters into Parashakti and radiates as Ardhanareeshwara. That is what is this place in Tiruvannamalai. There's once more where Paramashiva, where Paramashiva gives half of his own form to Parashakti. And there's one more where Paramashiva merges into Parashakti and manifests as Ardhanareeshwara. So that is the second is the form that we all are seeing here in Tiruvannamalai. That's the very spot where it manifested. And why we are learning about Ardhanareeshwara? See, understand, all of us have certain amount of male component in us and certain amount of female component in us. The problem is actually about almost 10 years before, Swamiji said, in the next 5-6 years, the biggest problem humanity is going to be facing will be gender identity issues. No one understood, and Swamiji told us in 2012, 2013, people didn't quite understand. But today we are seeing this gender identity related issues. It's like, for many, it has become like such a crucial issue. Parents are worried about their children, and many children feel their parents don't understand them, and it has become more of a political subject, and people feel the whole world seems to be divided into either for LGBTQ or against LGBTQ, but gender is not about that. It is about identifying you and getting into completion with you. When you manifest Ardhanareeshwara, the suppressed parts in you would get completed. How many of you are understanding this one line? Every one of us do carry. Like, for example, if you are a female, you do carry 49% male and 51% female in you. Same thing applies in every level. In every level, you carry certain amount of male component, certain amount of female component inside of you. The problem is, there are many parts that are suppressed inside of us. And we try to look for that, to complete that. You try to look for that suppressed part outside of you. You think you're going to get the fulfillment from outside. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Oh God, one of my favorite lines that Swamiji says is that I don't look for my other half because I am not half. I am full. I am complete. The way Swamiji would say that, it's so powerful, because all of us keep on searching for our other half or better half. Or you keep thinking you are a half and you need someone else, some external, to come and fulfill you. But Swamiji says, you are not half. You're full. You're complete. The completion you're looking for, the fulfillment you're looking for, is not lying outside. It's not with someone else. It's with you. And experience that completion within you. You need to look at that suppressed part that you are suppressing inside of you. You would not be able to get that from outside. How many of you are understanding about this? How many of you are getting this? How many of you are feeling like, yes, this is clicking with me? Yes, yes, yes. Oh God, so many of you. Wonderful. So this is why today, learning about Ardhanareeshwara, you're going to be learning and manifesting that completion space. Understand, when you are complete with you, you would be radiating so gracefully. The grace will be just oozing out of every pore of you. Like, even the people who see you would say that, wow, there's something so different. You're looking so beautiful. And you just be radiating. That is what you're going to be experiencing today, because you're going to be completing with you. Arjun Ravishankar, kind of, but I have a lot of questions. Go ahead. Arjun Ravishankaraya, go ahead and please post your questions. And I also request all of you to please come on camera, especially in the male side. It is such a great insight, yes. Actually, when you learn about it, Pankaj Kankaraya, when you learn about it, you will see slowly that completion would start manifesting. Oh, sorry, that is Pavan Kaya. I think I just got mixed up. Yes, it will start manifesting through you like as grace. See, understand, every one of us have the capacity to experience fulfillment from within us. But the problem is the society has always taught us, trained us to think, okay, if you want fulfillment, you need to get it from outside. The way Swamiji explains, you can actually literally see how Swamiji is. Like, actually, in the whole world, it is only Swamiji's life which is the most publicly recorded life, publicly available life. Like every day of Swamiji's is chronicled. Like you can get pictures almost every single day of Swamiji's life, what activities Swamiji is doing, what all Swamiji is doing. And Swamiji will be sitting, for those who have met Swamiji physically, and if you have had the blessing to live around Swamiji, you definitely know what I'm talking about, because the way how Swamiji would be living, right? He'd be just sitting in the courtyard. All of us, Gurukul kids, Adi Navasis, and program participants, everyone will be sitting around Swamiji. Swamiji will be sitting there and sipping a cup of coffee, just sitting in his swing, initiating us, being so blissful. And the way how Swamiji would be, like there is nothing from external that can take away that bliss nor add any extra bliss. You just be blissful. Many times he will even enter into samadhi just sitting in a swing, and all of us would be sitting around Swamiji. Like we'll have like about easily 100 people, almost more than that, sitting. How much ever could fit into the courtyard, everyone would be coming and sitting and doing the power manifestation. And some people will be coming and having their lunch over there. And Swamiji will be sitting like whole day and night. Swamiji will be in front of all of us. Each one of us might go and come back, or he'll just be there singing in his swing and just being so available to us, so blissful. Because there is nothing you will actually see. Just when you see, you will know. There's nothing that can take away that bliss from him, because it's manifesting from within. So powerfully manifesting. We don't need other, okay, I have a question from Arjuna. Yeah? If we don't need other gender, then what about creating progeny and children? If everyone in the world thinks I don't need a partner for fulfillment or satisfaction, then how would the world continue? Very, very beautiful question. First thing, not having the necessity for fulfillment through another body does not mean that you should not have children. Listen carefully. Swamiji is only saying you should be established in so much of completion with you, so that when you enter into a relationship, it will be a relationship. Otherwise, it will be a situationship. It will not be a relationship, which is why right now, because in everybody's mind, see, in a married couple are sitting in a room, there are not just two people, there are four people, because one, the husband is there, and husband's imagination of the wife and the wife's imagination of the husband. We always carry a image of a perfect person, of how we need, and we have our own either fantasies or like expectations of how we want our other half to be. And we think that, okay, only that is going to give me the fulfillment. And you go on trying to fit the other person into that frame. And the other person also keeps continuing to do the same, which is why we end up in conflicts, especially given that the movies and social media, all of these keep feeding that into you. more and more. You keep picking the ideas. Okay, so this is how I should look. This is how my wife should look. This is how we should be. These are the couple goals. See, all these things induce a certain idea inside of you. And then based on that, based on the movies, based on the social media, you project that. And you start judging the other person, judging your relationship, judging yourself based upon that. And when you enter into a relationship, you start many times you do a lot of deep insecurity. And all of these things are not really going to give you the fulfillment. They may give you agitational gratification, but never the real fulfillment. At that few moments, you might feel gratified, but not fulfilled. Because the real fulfillment will happen only when you are in completion. When you're in completion, the whole relationship, both of you would be sitting together to manifest Paramashiva through you. That is Tantra, where you decide and you and your partner sit together, both of you decide to enter into the space of completion and decide together to manifest Paramashiva through you and manifest that ultimate space. Understand that is what is manifesting Tantra, where you can have how many ever number of children that you want. In fact, Swamiji says you should, every Hindu, living, practicing Hindu should give birth to at least 10 children. Only then Hinduism can flourish more, and give at least 5 to KAILASA, let them grow up in Gurukul. So it is not against you giving birth to children, but it is against you going into your act without establishing yourself in the space of completion, which will lead to further incompletion. Are you understanding here? It's something very, very important for us to cognize and understand. There's already too many connotations, like false ideas and loaded information put about this inside us. Movies give us a lot of things. And the kind of way the society treats this. But the moment you first discover you, that is why Swamiji says, till the age of 21, you should strictly follow the vow of celibacy. Because it takes till the age of 21 for you. That's why we have the practice of brahmacharya, where you take up the vow of brahmacharya and you practice celibacy. Because only then, inside of you, you will discover you. Till then, you are not mature enough to handle yourself. So when you get into a relationship with another person, you will neither be mature enough to handle yourself nor the other person, leading to a deep-rooted incompletion. How do we complete it ourselves? So you learn that here. Today we are going to do step-by-step completions, and you'll learn that process today. All right. I request all of you, do not miss out on any sessions today. Please make sure that you're attending every single session. All right. So now let's enter into power manifestation. Are all of us ready? Any other questions? You all can post it in the chat. Feel free to ask your questions. If you don't want your names to be read out, then you can just put it as a direct message to PSM Tech ID. Ma Jessica Martin, I just want to tell you, you can go quickly finish your puja now and come back, because I don't want you to miss out on the next session. See, the sessions we are having today, many of these are, actually all of these are very, very important ones. And even one session, if you miss, you're missing out on a huge chunk. and you won't be able to cognize it at the same depth otherwise. So I see you're very sincere, so I don't want you to miss it. You can go quickly finish your puja now and come back. Okay, let's now enter into power manifestation. Once again, you're going to be doing this live location, spotting the live location of a person. It's actually a very easy power. Now, all you got to do is connect with any of your friends, and you're going to be first taking the mirror, apply the Aushadha on the mirror, connect to Swamiji, and you'll actually have Swamiji's darshan as Paramashiva on the mirror. Please start the process now. And once you have the darshan of Swamiji as Paramashiva, then only after you see, then you can start, and you'll actually start seeing the person, where that person is located, very clearly on the mirror itself. Please start, connect with the partner and start now. Just play with it. Don't take it like you have to be all perfect and all. Just play with it and
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashivam. This Mahamahavaagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavaagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavaagya. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Please relax. I hope all of you
Paramashivoham.
have finished. How many of you manifested? How many of you actually saw? How many of you actually saw that this person is sitting here? Jessica Martin, so sorry. Are you still here? I'm just seeing your message. It's regarding Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Yes, you would be receiving an email regarding that, and you can, the moment you receive the email, you can log into that Zoom. So better be logged into that Zoom so that, because it will start sharp at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So the Sankalpa chanting would be done at 2:30 p.m. itself. I think it should have already started. So you can log into the Zoom. That's a different Zoom. Okay, come on. Each of you quickly check with your partners and kindly let us know who all have manifested. All right. See, still many of you verifying your answers. In male side, I request all of you to please do have your partners and do the power manifestation properly. Saint Denisaya and Arjun Ravishankaraya. Firstly, both of you need to sit intensely, connect with Swamiji. You will be able to see much clearly. I remember once I was talking to one of my friends, and that time he was just starting with the power of seeing through third eye with our eyes closed. That was only power, and the whole Gurukula was only practicing that. And I was on a phone call with my friend from outside, and I was just talking to her. All of a sudden, I could very clearly see where she was. Like, it was like as if I'm like seeing her in real time, like not just in like a 1D or 2D. Could actually see it in 3D. Like I could actually even smell, and I could feel the surrounding. I could feel everything. And I was like so shocked. I just told her, this is what I'm seeing, and it was right. And that's the way the power would manifest, like really clearly you would be able to see it. So come on, all of you sit intensely into the manifestation. Now we are going to be entering into a very important session. I request every one of you to intensely listen to this. This session is about the 11 genders, the gender identity, and Swamiji is going to be revealing to us about that.
The future of the world is going to be this way. Future of the planet Earth is going to be exactly this way. Once you become 18, now you have the freedom to choose which country you want to live. What should be your language? What should be the field you wanted to enrich the world? And which faith you wanted to live? Which religion you wanted to pick up? Which gender you want to have? It is going to be very common, the gender exchange operations. Gender change operations are going to be just like a cough cold medication. It's going to be available every street. Very soon, you don't need to be bound in the gender you are born. You don't need to be bound in the religion you are born. You don't need to be bound in the country you are born. You don't need to be bound with your mother tongue. So naturally, all the people who promote love for your country, love for your religion, love for your mother tongue, love for your culture, love for your gender, they will all be outdated. Because politics thrives on constantly making you love the things which you don't need to love. Constantly generating, forcing the pseudo love. Why do you need to love a language? Tell me. Language is just for communication. Over. If you know what the other person is saying, if the other person knows what you are saying just. And he understands that it's over. Language is just for communication. Not for becoming fanatic and dying. Religion is just for enriching yourself and others, not for just killing each other. Country is what for country concept, so that we create better and better infrastructure and enrich the universe, enrich the world. But instead, we build more and more weapons in the name of defense and kill each other. The concept of language, concept of country, concept of religion. Just see how many billions of people we lost on the planet Earth and all their intelligence. There are some religions, even while you are alive, they kill your intelligence. So understand, the future should be the religion, language, gender, and country. All these should be just openly available. We are not born to live in one corner of the world. We are citizens of the planet Earth. This can happen only by Vedic tradition. I tell you, only by Vedic tradition, which has a strength to stand any scrutiny. And not only that, even though it accepts all traditions, even if you don't accept Vedic tradition accepts you. I am revealing the original truths as it is from Paramashiva. One by one, understand first thing, there are 11 genders. Second thing, you just need completion, whatever way you are, below 21. So decide not to allow anybody to explore you and do not explore other bodies till 21. Even if you have explored earlier, decide to go for intense completions. All the cognitions inspired you to explore other body or allow others to explore your body. And after exploring physical relationship, the kind of the cognitions, emotions, mood swings you were going through, pen down all of that, effects and side effects and after effects of you exploring another body or another person exploring your body. Go through the whole thing and completely. Go for completion. In Arunachala, in Tiruvannamalai, we have a beautiful deity of Paramashiva as Ardhanareeshwara. Fortunately, the exact replica of the deity is made and installed in Paschima KAILASA, Los Angeles Adhinam. I want regular worship to happen for that Ardhanareeshwara deity in Paschima KAILASA. If you are in US, don't miss Go to Paschima Kailasa to have darshan of that deity. It is done as a replica of original Ardhanareeshwara deity in Tiruvannamalai, in Arunachala, who is a symbol of completion of all the gender crisis, gender problems and gender identity problems and gender crisis and everything. Actually, everything related. Whether problems or difficulties, understandings related to sexuality can be solved just by this one understanding of 11 genders. The moment you identify your gender, problem is solved. Then you know how you are going to be functioning. It is a simple mechanism. See, body is the best outfit you can wear. Understand this word. Body is the best outfit you can wear. The food or the pleasures your body asks, your body feels, is just dependent on how you feel about your body. The moment you know what is you, all struggle will stop, will drop. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. Ramakrishna demonstrated it. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa demonstrated. There was another one great yogi called Madanagopala Swami. Nadananayagi Swamigal, he used to be called. He lived in South India. He was in Mathura Bhava with Sri Krishna. With his power and willpower, he just manifested all the female characters in his system, whole system. Listen, first truth you need to know, there is no such thing as straight. Nobody is straight. You are just a being clothed with a body. Sexual attraction has nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace you feel with the opposite person. Beautifully Upanishad says, you love your husband or wife not because he is male or female, or husband or wife, he is or she is reflection of your integrity with your identity. Understand? Attraction is due to the grace the other body radiates. Grace is always directly the quantity of the integrity that person's physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity enjoys. Understand? the more their gender identification is integrated, more grace they will manifest. They will radiate. Grace is all about you being completely comfortable with your physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity called Aham Pratyagatma Chaitanyam, and all attraction is towards the grace, not towards any gender, not towards any person. Please understand. Break from this mediocre idea of gender dowholing. Feel completely relieved if you are confused about your gender identity. Understand, if you are confused about gender identity, feel good about it. You are above the mediocre people. Mediocre people have decided to have false belief due to their fear of society. It is the fear of society. You deny your confusion or the identity crisis and just accept something society says and go on torture yourself for your whole life to believe what society has labeled it on you. Understand? I want you to understand first what real identity you are enjoying. What is your real gender identity? I tell you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action. It is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Most graceful celibate I have seen is Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He is absolute brahmachari, but such grace. And the most graceful grihastha I have seen, Raghupati Yogi. He had 14 kids, but his grace is, I'll say, equivalent to Ram Surat Kumar. The most graceful women I have seen, Kuppammal, my guru. She lived with only one husband and 4 kids. All 4, such graceful beings, because the grace comes from inside completion. It is nothing to do with external action. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you, I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited women feel is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out.
What Swamiji revealed is something too important. Because if we just understand this one truth, the all the suffocation that society has added into us with the so-called definition of gender, we will be liberated from all those cognitions carried in us. What Swamiji revealed right now was an amazing truth. Like, I'll always feel like this is like a $1 billion science. Even billions of dollars can't give you that. See, always today, if a child, young child, by what 10 or 12 itself, they start going on social media nowadays. And the definition of gender beauty that they learn, it is so sad, disheartening to see people spend millions of dollars to get plastic surgeries to look a certain way. They want to be a certain way. Certain way is beautiful. Like recently, I saw that there was a very, I was watching one of the interviews, and at that time I saw they were saying how in a particular country, the definition of beauty was that women had to have a certain uh, type of a waist, they should have certain height, their skin tone should be a certain color. These are all set by women for themselves. There's like so many standards that constantly suffocate, and unfortunately we get so stuck to the body, we forget one of the most important components of beauty, which is the being inside. If you're inside you, your inner space is complete, you're able to flow freely, that is grace. When you are clear, complete from within, right? When you are clear with your inner space, when there is no physiological, psychological, neurological ups and downs in you, you are completely liberated. If any of you have any questions, yes, you can always post. See, most of the times in society, we are all stuck with a limited idea of gender. The moment we talk about gender, we have a certain idea that this is what is a male gender, this is what is a female gender. You have to be a certain way, you have to behave a certain way. All of these, it's not just like one particular group has said. As society, this is the way all of us has said amongst us. And we constantly carry these definitions of gender inside of us with so much suffocation. The way we carry, the ideas that we carry, all of it is filled with so much of suffocation that the moment you feel you get into a relationship and you feel it is not fitting your frame, you feel exploited. That is the reason today so much of divorce rates is increasing. Why? Divorce rates are increasing because there is a certain standard that is set. You see, well, this is what is, ideal marriage, couple goals, all of these we see. And we pick up those wrong ideas. I will not say right or wrong, we pick up those ideas, no problem. But we try to superimpose that idea on the other person. We want the person to be that way. We want the other person, our couple, our spouse to be that way. What starts happening? When they don't fit into that frame, fight starts. That's why Swamiji tells a very, very important truth. Whenever you realize, whenever you understand that you are complete from within, there is no other half that is from outside which needs to fulfill you, you will catch the whole thought thread and you will just have a breakthrough. All the ideas that we carry, Swamiji, like Swamiji revealed, the gender is the 4 levels of identification put together. Physically, what you identify yourself with, physiologically, how you identify yourself, psychologically, how you identify yourself, and consciously, what is your will about your gender. Ma Xianling Zhao is asking, may I ask a question about the roles of street girls, okay, in society from a satisfactory perspective? How should we view and understand it? See, Ma, what we are discussing is different from that. See, please understand, whatever profession you might do, Swamiji was telling, right? Whether you are a sannyasi or you are a womanizer, and it is not, see, it's not about a particular group of people. What we're talking about is all of us, all human beings. Every one of us are having a certain suffocation, suppression inside us. Right after you are born, society teaches you, okay, you're a girl, you have to be this way, this way, this way. You're a boy, you have to be this way, this way. And imagine nowadays it's even more unfortunate. By the time the kid is 10 or 9 or 10 years, they start learning the concepts about romance from outside. They watch movies, they watch TikTok trends, they watch YouTube videos. So they start picking up, oh, this is how a boyfriend should be, this is what is relationship. And by that time, even before they hit the physical puberty, they start getting into relationships. That is the worst thing that can happen to a child because it affects their very consciousness. what happens after that? When they get into a relationship, when they hit the puberty, they start realizing that their whole hormonal ups and downs happens in them. It is very, it's very new to them, right? When they see, suddenly they feel up, suddenly they feel so much of excitement, suddenly they feel so low. At that point in time, if they look for support from outside, they start depending their strength on another person. That is why the moment that person who gives you that attention withdraws that card from you, the child falls into severe depression. Their very identity gets shaken. It is all in such a rush. It is like, human factory. Right after you at 10, start learning about these concepts. By the time you're 13, 14, start getting into relationships. And when you're going through the ups and downs, you start looking for fulfillment from outside. Unfortunately, even the other person is going through their ups and downs. This conflict is what leads to so-called breakups. After breakups, drug addictions, alcohol abuse, all of these happens. This is the cycle. Unfortunately, end of the day, the child will feel exploited from outside. Today, so many celebrities, all of them say, oh, when I was young, I was like this, like that, fame gave me all this. When celebrities who became too popular when they were young, you will see a particular trend in them. All of them will say this, oh God, the time I was young, I got into so many relationships, everything. And now after they grow old, they'll say, I learned my lesson now. But unfortunately, you do not need to damage your consciousness that way. The most that gets damaged is not even your body, it is your consciousness. Because inside you, there is so much of suffocation and confusion. You are just exploring your body. By the time you understand what gender your body is, what gender your conscious will prefers, and before even you can come to completion with all these permutation combinations, when you get into relationship, that's all, it's over. That's why Swamiji tells before 21, you should not get into any relationships. For all of you understanding?
This one thing would give you tremendous completion and a deep understanding of yourself. Arjun Ravishankaraya, you're asking what about Manusmriti's instructions about on gender responsibilities? Manusmriti is one of the most mistranslated, abused scriptures. The original Manusmriti does not demote women, does not put down women. In Manusmriti itself, there is a very clear verse in Manusmriti, Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devataha, where it says, wherever women are worshipped, all gods and goddesses live over there. It is mistranslation. See, if you see, none of us have the direct access to the original scripture. It's Max Mullerian version of the Max Mullerian version of the scripture of Manusmriti is only available to us. Max Muller had a very clear agenda, where he was a British who had a very clear agenda to learn Sanskrit only from the context of mistranslating the scriptures so that Hindus lose confidence on themselves. Understanding? And there are certain responsibilities given from a completely different perspective. Like when I was reading Manusmriti, so there is this part where the constitutional rights are clearly described in Manusmriti. And there's one part where they say, what type of judgments must the king pass for what type of crimes? And there was a description about Varna and Jati. Fortunately, the blessings of Swamiji clearly explained to us like what is Varna, what is Jati. So I knew about it when I was reading that scripture. So when I was reading, I saw the English translation of it. I was shocked. Varna was mistranslated as color. Varna in Sanskrit has various different meanings. One of the meanings is a Varna system, where based on the consciousness you carry and the responsibility you take in the society, you are given certain role. Here it is translated as color-based racial discrimination. I was like, God, that concept never existed in Hinduism. I realized like what kind of a thing they are forcing on us, claiming falsely that it is Manusmriti. It is not.
See,
And there are many.
Sorry, just to add to that, with so many, we do not have, unless we have a guru, an enlightened master who knows the whole thing about the scripture, who can give you the exact revelation as it is. We cannot arrive at any conclusion, because who knows, today all translations we have are from where? From Britishers who came and who studied the Sanskrit just to translate it with their thought currents. Understand, Swamiji tells that's the thing. Whosever books you read it from the author's thought currents. That is why our Vedas and Upanishads, all of them are apaurishya. They do not have an author.
See, one important thing is Manusmriti is so like an abused scripture, literally. Where, see, how the same person, Manusmriti, where he very clearly dictates, very clearly saying that Yatra Naryastu Pujyante Ramante Tatra Devataha, means wherever women are worshipped, in those places, all the gods and goddesses exist. Wherever women are not worshipped, gods do not exist over there. In this level, when he has revealed, do you think really that he would put some policies and regulations of abusing women and taking women's rights away? No. Lot of these things were added things further, later, and not from the original scripture itself. The original scripture is like, for example, if you see Sushruta Samhita, you would have definitely been aware of Sushruta Samhita, which we proudly say that how Sushruta and Charaka, they were all greatest surgeons of history, and like he was a father of plastic surgery. But where would you find his scripture? Do you know something really shocking? We don't even have access to the original scripture. The original scripture, Sushruta Samhita, is sitting in Wellcome Library in UK. We don't have access to that. If you want to access it, it can only a translation of it will be provided by that library's agents.
This is a sad state of us. We need to understand that most of the scriptures, everything that we have is completely based on the thought currents of the author. And talking about the question that you had asked, Aya, I just wanted to add to that. There, of course, are certain responsibilities ordained to every gender. It is given not just in Manusmriti, even Parashara Smriti, all of these different rishis, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, each of them describes the different aspects. What a gender should do, what a particular person should do for enlightenment as an option, as a path. But the fundamental idea about gender in Hinduism is gender is a clothing on the body, and body itself is a clothing on the being. So you are not the body, and of course you're not the gender. You are beyond. That is why in Ashtavakra Gita, Rishi Ashtavakra, just an 8-year-old boy, he goes to Rishi Janaka, the great king, father of Devi Sita, and he tells, when the whole court laughs at him seeing his deformed body, he laughs back even louder than all of them. Then everyone is shocked and they're asking, why, what happened? Then he says, I feel so bad for you all. You're all stuck looking at just this body. You can't even recognize the consciousness within me, how it is. You can't even see the effulgence of my consciousness. That was a kind of conversations that our rishis had. And after that, Ashtavakra delivers the whole Ashtavakra Gita to Janaka. That is our fundamental thought currents in Hinduism is so beautiful. You are not limited. Krishna declares in Bhagavad Gita, right? Who you are is the being. Nainam chindanti shastrani, nainam dahati pavakaha. Neither it can be slain by sword, it cannot be wet by the water, it can't be dried by the wind, it can't be burnt by the fire. all the thought currents given in our Shastras about who we are is not that you are the body, it is the consciousness in you that is empowered. That is what is important. Gender, see, it's like this. It's like if you become a teacher, you have certain responsibilities. If you become a doctor, you have a certain responsibilities. Like that, if you are a female or a male or any of the 11 genders, each gender has their respective responsibilities ordained in our scriptures for the path of enlightenment. And that is definitely given. But you are not confined as a particular gender. So just
And we need to also understand these things in a much deeper context. Like in every, like for example, actually this is like a topic we can keep discussing more and more about the way Swamiji has revealed to us about it. Like we keep finding more and more of the. Sorry, just a moment. Are all of you able to hear me? Yes. Yes. See, understand one thing. Scriptures have to be really understood so deeply because we need to understand it from the multidimensional logic. Our binary logic cannot cognize it clearly because otherwise we will only be translating Varna as racial discrimination, which never existed in Hinduism. Never. Because you'll see all gods and goddesses are portrayed. Like, for example, who's Krishna? Krishna is portrayed as he's as dark as the night sky and portrayed as one of the most beautiful gods. So, in Hinduism, we never had racial discrimination. No Hindus would even believe that ever we had a racial discrimination because we never had. But this was a mistranslation that was given. So understand, everything that we are learning, the way the person who's mistranslating to you is based on from his cognition, he's translating it to you. So you will never understand. See, for example, when we say Paramashiva has Ganga on his jatas, how do we all imagine? Ganga, at least the pictures that show us, it shows as if Ganga is just flying, like just flowing away from Paramashiva, like that. She's flowing. That's how we see in the pictures. Swamiji described. How will she leave Paramashiva? Like, how will she just miss that opportunity to touch Paramashiva? She'll flow all over Paramashiva. So the way we visualize and the way we imagine things are not the way it is actually. So if you want the right thing to learn and understand, the best thing you can do is learn directly from the source. That's why Swamiji gives Shastra Pramana for every single thing. Every single thing that we learn, Swamiji clearly gives us the scriptural reference for it as to why are you learning this? The understanding you carry about yourself. It's not just for you to feel good about you, but to have the powerfulness about you. Even like how Swamiji described, when you walk, the powerfulness you carry will make the entire court stand up for you. Yes, Sanjay Oriya, you're saying even the photos of Krishna are all based on the imagination of the painter.
Absolutely, yes.
See, for example, like Ras Leela, Krishna did when he was what age? He was a small baby. We all see Krishna portrayed in Rasa Leela as a young man. He was a baby, 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid. So,
if we read our Puranas, if we have the right knowledge, and of course, if you have a guru, only a guru can give you the right perspective. Until then, all of us, it is prone to get, there's constant misconceptions, because the moment the Guru Shishya Sampradaya was, removed, then we lost the whole science of it. And also, Arjun Ravishankaraya, I saw your other question. See, the moment it is very fortunate that you had a guru and you did not get into any relationships till you were 22, you need to know that's the best thing. Swamiji, the way Swamiji brings us all up in Gurukul, At the age of 21, after completing 21 fully, Swamiji will give a choice. Do you want to continue the Grahastha life or do you want to take sannyas? Based on what each kid chooses, their future is designed. See, that gives us so much of completion because by the time you're 21, you're stable and settled. You know what your ups and downs are, you know about yourself, and you're ready to face the world. That is what is important, and that is what the completion with gender identification gives us. Now, all of us are going to be doing this exact same process. We are going to be understanding about what is gender identification. Like Swamiji revealed, there are 4 components of gender in us. The physical level, what gender you're comfortable with. In physiological level, what gender you're comfortable with. In psychological level, what gender you're comfortable with. In self-conscious level, what gender you're comfortable with. We are going to be writing that down now.
Listen to this very carefully. We are going to do a very important exercise. This is going to be a 2-step exercise. We are going to be first understanding about the gender identity that you carry. Make a list of all your cognitions in each of the 4 levels. How do you cognize you? What are your ideas, the judgment that you have about one, your physical body? Don't try to conclude you're this gender, that gender. Whatever cognitions you have, you feel that you're a male, you feel that you're a female, you can write that. And you have certain judgments about you. Like, for example, oh, my body is not really looking very feminine. I'm just giving an example. So if you have that as a cognition, write that. Or you feel that you look very pretty, write that. The cognitions you carry about one, in your physical body. Second, in your physiology. Physiology means how do you feel about you physiologically, like your voice or the kind of feeling that you carry inside you about you, your hormones, your the attraction that you feel, whether with your gender or your opposite gender. All these things comes under physiology. Physical body means your physical structure. Second, physiology, more like your voice and how you feel about you, how you cognize you, and how you are attracted to either your gender or your opposite gender. Third is your psychology. Psychology means certain cognitions. Like, for example, oh, I'm a girl, I'm very weak, or I'm a boy, I can't show my emotions out. Like this, what are the cognitions and conclusions you're carrying in your psychology? Fourth, conscious will, deep inside of you. Out of your conscious will, what are the parts of you that you have suppressed inside of you? For example, deeply you want to express yourself dancing, but you feel that you are a boy, so you can't express yourself. You're a male, so you feel that you should not be expressive. So that part you have suppressed inside of you. And out of your conscious will, how powerful do you want to be? What is the cognition exactly you carry? All of these comes under your conscious will. You're going to write that first. Second, depend on all your ideas you received from society about sex and sexuality. Both the ideas about expression and suppression of it. Start from your childhood and just write all of these cognitions that you're carrying inside. Are all of us understanding? Spend a few minutes. Please sit and write this down. Nithyananda, hope all of you were able to write it. Oh, what is the difference between physical body and physiological? See, physical body means your physical structure. For example, okay, how is your body looking like? Or sometimes you don't like how your face looks like, or any physical features. All that comes under your body. Physical. Physiological is like your voice, where it is there, but it is not like a gross visible thing for you, or how the effect of your hormones upon you, or the attraction that you have, whether towards your own gender or the opposite gender, both internal and external. Both of these will come under physiology. Clear, Aya? So I just noticed your question. Anyone else has this doubt? Okay, Xiang and Zhao was asking, dear teacher, may I ask a question about the rules? Oh, okay. I think that was answered already. Any other question? If any of you have asked, please let us know. If any of you have any questions, please post it here. Just post it clearly as question and put it here. So understand, first all of you have finished the steps, because we are going to be moving to the next one. Now listen carefully. This part that we are going to write is also very, very, very important part. We're now going to be writing the next level exercise. Take a few minutes and identify in physical level, what is the gender with which you're comfortable? Physiological level, what is the gender you're comfortable with? In psychological level, what is the identity you're comfortable with? In self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable? Take a few minutes and explore. Now, decide to go for intense completion. All the combinations which inspired you, which made you to explore the other person's body or allow other persons to explore your body. And after exploring the physical relationship, please write what happened before the age of 21. If you have any situations before the age of 21, please sit and write that. And after exploring the physical relationship, the kind of cognitions and emotions, mood swings you are going through, all the effects, side effects, after effects of you exploring the other person's body or another person exploring your body, go through the whole thing and complete. Please sit and first write down what is the kind of impact that had upon you and the effects, side effects, after effects of it. Please take a few minutes and please sit and pen them down in detail. Please do not post it anywhere. This is for you. Kindly spend a few minutes, decide to go for intense completion and write it down clearly. Are all of us understanding? Great. Let's start the step now. Please start writing down now.
Yes, now, as all of us are doing this exercise, let us enter into the next session where Swamiji reveals to us about diagnosing our gender. What gender are we really? How do we diagnose gender inside us? Let us now listen to a very beautiful revelation from Swamiji on diagnosing the gender.
Some of the most powerful sacred secrets and powerful cognitions you need to know from Paramashiva about the 11 genders. 1. Gender is the totality of your identification with physical body, psychological layer, physiological existence, and your will about you. Listen. Your physical existence, your physiological existence, your psychological existence, and your identification, aham, will. In all 4 levels, how you feel, the totality of all these 4 put together is your gender. And unfortunately, society does not have this elaborate true understanding because this knowledge was kept with elite. Society has only the very rough middle class mentality, mediocre understanding of 2 gender. And now they are coming up slowly only to the level of 3rd gender. But actually 11 genders exist. The various permutation combinations of your gender identification in the physical level, physiological level, psychological level, and will, aham, the individual conscious level. So understand, when Hinduism, Vedas and Agamas asks you to be a celibate till the age of 21, the purpose is for you to realize in physical level what is the gender with which you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. In physiological level, what is the gender identity with which you are comfortable. And your conscious, self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. Exploring it, understand, one of the biggest problem is till 21, if you allow somebody to explore you, or if you explore somebody, you collapse into the wrong identification due to powerless cognitions, and you build a wrong gender identity. Understand? Whether you feel oversexed or undersexed, womanizer or suppressed, any powerlessness or complication in the level of sex and sexual fulfillment or sexual desires, sexual guilt, and any problem you go through with the sex fundamentally starts with gender identification. I tell you, When your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems just melt down. 3,000 problems sexologists have created can just melt down if you just diagnose your gender. That's all, nothing else. Please understand, multiple disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiple disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Do not, first thing, just say no to society and society labeling you in any gender. If you are below 21, decide not to allow anybody to physically explore you and never explore another physical body. Wait. Understand, gender identity is like a mercury. It cannot be kept even in golden pot. It can be only kept in stone vessel. Only after 21, your system becomes a stone vessel. If you are below 21, decide no question of exploring another body or letting another body to explore you. And if you are already above 21 and you feel you have allowed people to explore you or you explored other bodies, don't fall into guilt, but sit and go through every incident and go for completing it. I am telling you, you need to cognize your will, the aham, tries to play with your multiple possibility, multiple permutation combination. Sometimes it tries to be physically male and physiologically female and psychologically gay. Sometimes it tries to be psychologically male, physiologically female and physically gay. It just tries multiple permutation combinations, explores itself. During those periods, you just need to be with yourself. 3 worst things are done to you by society. First, trying to push you into 3 or 4 genders they are recognizing, like pushing you into either male or female or lesbian or gay. That's one of the biggest crime done to you. Second, not letting you understand that they don't have the ultimate solution. They are ignorant, but trying to push their off, unverified, not time-tested, non-foolproof understandings, ideas, concepts, cognitions being pushed into you, forced to digest basic truths about life, your gender identification, your will, when it is trying, doing all the trial and error of the gender identification, it should be given freedom to be celibate. Understand? Society is so abusive only if it hooks you into the greed of sexual need. I call it grid of sex. You can continue to be exploited. The first 21 years till you find your identification and your beautiful alignment of the gender, which is the true integrity with which your physical, physiological, psychological existences feel complete. In these 11 genders, one permutation combination gives you a complete completion. Wow! The heaven experience in your body. Your 6 feet body feels heaven. That experience to happen in you, you need to explore what is the gender you are really, in which one you feel, I know me. To come to that experience, that is what I call the state of Ardhanareeshwara, Paramashiva. The state of Ardhanareeshwara. Listen. If the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you will be constantly struggling. If you are undersexed, you will have so much of struggle in your dreams. If you are oversexed, you will have so much of trouble in your psychology space. Understand? Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is also prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component, along with the hormonal pressure, you will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person. End of the act will not be falling down, it will be falling into the intimacy. Every level, your gender identification matters. Understand? Whether you are a womanizer or nymphomaniac, it doesn't matter. Whether you are a sannyasi or sannyasini, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you feel inside your body, your integrity, your physical, physiological, psychological components, do they feel integrated about your gender identification? Understand? Your physical identification, that needs just a simple medical examination, nothing else. Physical examination, nothing else. But physiological identification, you need to look in. Whenever you feel excited, are you more in kama or moha? Understand, both of them are different. In kama, you just want to manifest the reality of you and the other person or persons involved in your life. In moha, you just want to exploit everyone for your pleasure. There are two different things. In kama, you are very sure you want the completion for everyone involved. In moha, it is all about you feeling complete. I should not even use the word complete. You feeling relieved. Listen carefully. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels kama, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured, and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action. It is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Most graceful celibate I have seen is Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He is absolute brahmachari, but such grace. And the most graceful grihastha I have seen, Raghupati Yogi. He had 14 kids, but his grace is, I will say, equivalent to Ram Surat Kumar. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you. I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited, women feel, is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. there is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out. They feel exploited, tortured, abused. Listen. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you.
See, when the Kundalini, your Kundalini is awakened, fundamentally, first thing will happen is your identity about you for the purpose for which you took the body will become clear to you. It will become clear to you. Then you are given a freedom to alter and align your body as you want. Understand? Swatantra, ability to handle yourself first, then the number of choices second. In Hindu tradition, Swatantra first, choices next. If the Swatantra does not grow first, directly choices are given. Depression is life. And I wanted you guys to know, all the fellows who talk about the so-called freedom in the modern way of thinking, the modern lifestyle, I tell you, it is absolute false. Where all you don't need freedom, you are given freedom. Where all you need freedom, you are not given freedom. It is like the cow has been put inside a cage, only the face is allowed to move, and you go, hey, see, the face can go up, down, right, left, center, 360 degree, it can rotate. What amount of freedom? That is modern society. And the cow grazes freely in wild forests. That is Hindu tradition. And that cow is given the intelligence what to eat and what not to eat, and even if it eats poison, it will not get into its system. Please understand, Swatantra is much, much higher than the freedom based on choices. Freedom defined by the choices, freedom defined as choices, is too low than the Swatantra defined by the Hindu tradition. Recently, I was conducting sessions for a group of people on Brahmacharya. You will be surprised. In that class question answer, almost 90% of the people say they don't feel the gender they are supposed to be feeling as their body. 90% of the people, not a joke, understand. 90% of them are saying We are not feeling the gender we are supposed to feel as per the society, the body in which we are. I think it's little more than 90. Fortunately, they are having understanding about brahmacharya as per Sadashiva's instruction. The first instruction, as I said, 9 months. No physical sexual activity and practicing completion means the power manifestation. Second instruction, every morning have neem juice, every night a black betel leaf with a little pachakarpuram, the raw camphor, a pinch of raw camphor. These two herb, if it can be programmed by the master and given, that is great. Even if that is not possible, offer it to Sadashiva's deity or Sadashiva mandala and take. This two instruction can do so much of healing, I tell you. All the toxins gets accumulated in your system because of sexual abusal. Pornography means sexual abusal done to you by you, sexual abusal done to you by others. Both accumulates toxins in your system that can be cleansed. The detoxification can happen by these two. Morning neem juice, night black betel leaf with a pinch of camphor. This can detoxify your body and reveal your original gender to you. Understand? This is what the story, Meenakshi's story says. When she saw Sadashiva, the third thus disappeared and she realized her original gender. She realized her original gender, her original identity. Till we get that, we will not know who we are. When she had the darshan of Sadashiva, the third breast disappeared and she realized her original gender. Understand? This two instruction can bring tremendous healing and realization of your original gender can happen in you. That can solve almost 90% of your problems.
Center your gender identity on consciousness rather than your body or mind, then you will understand the science of engaging with life and relationships without getting into sexual act. The science of entering into relationship with the whole universe without engaging physical or sexual act is pure power manifestation. Listen. Listen. I'll repeat. Do not take your consciousness, life for granted. Center your consciousness on Paramashiva. Center even your gender identity Understand? The science I am teaching you now is the most powerful, beautiful power manifestation science. Center even your gender identity on consciousness instead of your body. Listen, when you look in, even before you remember your gender as a male or female, center your core existence on your consciousness. Remember your consciousness, your pure consciousness. On that understanding, cognition, your pure consciousness. If you build your existence, understand, the more and more you remember your consciousness, more and more you engage yourself with the understanding your consciousness, more and more the nectar based chemicals and hormones will happen in your system. Listen. The everyday living process of your body, your inhaling, exhaling, breathing, digestion, all this can be either amritatva, nectaric, or they can be aging, growing old. Listen carefully. You need to understand the functioning of your body is centered on the ideas you cherish about you. The more you cherish you are based on your body, the more you will engage with gender identities. Then that leads to more and more of bondages, needs, greeds, fears. More and more you center yourself as consciousness, more and more your taste for life gets mature. Understand, when you start remembering your consciousness more and more, your identity will not be based on gender. Cognizing yourself consciously, from that cognition, your consciousness, when you approach your physiology, it engages itself in the space of Paramashiva, means immortality, nectar, amritatva, all the life processes like a breathing, inhaling, exhaling, eating, digestion, all engagement with life, whatever your body goes through, everything starts happening towards immortality, being filled with amrita, nectar. Understand? When you remember your consciousness, even your gender identity is built such a way you do not seek to engage with a sexual relationship with every being you see or everything you see. Please understand, gender identity built based on consciousness knows how to engage with every person and everything without sexual relationship, sexual activity, but able to engage. That is what I call power manifestation. Listen. If you engage between two bodies, it is sexual act. Even you possessing a gold jewelry, a gold, is sexual act. A matter working with matter always is sexual act. When you establish yourself as consciousness and being conscious, you build your identity and engage with life. Everything becomes power manifestation. I'll tell you, signs of having relationship with the whole universe without engaging into sexual act is power manifestation.
What Swamiji revealed in this video is one of the most important truths. Because if we just understand this, if we just catch this one truth, right, the way we will see gender, our gender identification, everything will completely change. How was this? For how many of you this was like completely mind blowing? Can I request each of you to share? See, Ma Feng Zhen Fang. Yes, I read your message where you have put about the different frames that are given. See, unfortunately, Mom, today like Somji said, today it's the society is limited to just the understandings of these 2, 3 genders that we know. Even the so-called the most liberal people or the people who are really progressive are only at the third or fourth gender. In Hinduism, gender identification, the first process that's given to you is for you to understand yourself. What in each level, in your physical level, what gender are you identifying yourself with? In the physiological level, what gender are you identifying yourself with? In your psychological level, what gender are you comfortable with? In your conscious will, what gender are you willing to be? Now, it is very, very important that we analyze these 4 sections correctly. Like Swamiji said, without this, any physical relationship you get into, it is only exploiting your body or another person's body. Please understand, the whole Hinduism, it is so beautiful. Like the way we are taught about gender, the way we are taught, the understandings that we have about gender, all of this is so profound that we all simply, just if we follow these powerful cognitions, we will simply get the whole awakening of this knowledge. There's a very beautiful thing Swamiji tells. Vatsyayana. Actually, Vatsyayana is the one who wrote the Kama Sutras. The whole sacred scripture on this whole Kama Sutra is all about how you can experience fulfillment. It's all about physical relationships and sex. This whole book was written by a sannyasi, Vatsyayana, and he gives it to his mother. It's a very beautiful story. He leaves his house to go get enlightened, and he goes and he does tapas for so many years, and he comes back, he meditates, he experiences enlightenment, and he comes back. So when he comes back, his mother asks, "Are you really enlightened?" He says, "Yes, test me if you can." So his mother says, "All right, an enlightened being will know everything. So I'm going to ask you about a subject it is impossible that you will know." She says, "Tell me about sex and physical relationship." In response to that question, he gives the whole Kama Sutra, which is a sannyasi who has never had any physical relationship. He delivers what it is, what is an ideal relationship should be like. Understand, Hinduism is so rich in our knowledge, and whatever we do, there is so much of reverence that we have because the science that we have is so profound. Understand, as long as you try to get that fulfillment from outside, that's what we all do in relationships, right? Oh, let me get the name, I am beautiful, let me feel secured around someone. That very concept that we bring in puts us into an extreme limitation. When you are not clear inside of you, no matter how much ever you try to force life outside to tell you, unfortunately, you will never achieve that fulfillment by demanding life to give you that certificate. Unless you tell yourself you are complete, unless you look in and tell yourself you are complete, you are fulfilled, nothing from outside can bring you that fulfillment. See, Ma Hongs was asking, so at the conscious level, do we all perceive ourselves both as male and female? Actually, that itself is wrong, Ma. See, in your conscious level, there is no particular um, rule. It is not that, oh, you have to perceive yourself as a certain level in your conscious level. You have to perceive yourself as a certain gender. It is not that you have to believe you're a male or a female or both. It could be anything. Like, for example, there might be a person who at their conscious level will feel they're absolutely like just they'll feel their feminine manifestation. Someone might feel they're absolutely the Rudra, the male manifestation dimension. For each one, it might be different. It is not that you have to be a particular cognition, you have to have a particular cognition in certain level. Yes, Ma Alexander Kaspik, the one that Swamiji told for eating in the night, is having the black beetle leaf. It is not the normal green beetle leaf. Black beetle leaf is a different variety of leaf, Ma. Every night you should take that with not normal camphor. Pachai Karpuram it is called. It's a very organic, different type of a camphor. Ma Parameshwari, so you should use the right thing because there's normal beetle leaf, there's normal camphor, but that's not for consumption. There's black beetle leaf and Pachai Karpuram. That is what we should eat. See, Ma Alexander Kaspik, you're saying that, you're saying it is, the society is very twisted in the understandings, and you're saying you're having it a little difficult to identify because you feel it is not very possible, easily possible for you to identify the feeling. But look in. I request every one of you to do this. The first time, especially if you have had physical relationship before the age of 21, you really need to do a conscious completion. If you have had any physical relationship before the age of 21, please understand you have put a suffocation even before your body was ready to handle. You have put it onto yourself. So you need to really attend to that. Now, you need to really go back and see what was the first time you felt that suffocation in you. Any time when you explored your body, or when you let another person explore your body, or you explored another person's body, and how was that whole reaction in you? Especially if this happened to you before the age of 21, please sit, do a conscious completion. Understand, today, as much as fast as society feeds you the understanding of romance, the understanding of relationship, the need for fulfillment from outside, it does not teach you the importance of completion. When you are young, when you are in your school, this is what people call as puppy love, right? In their school, they all first get, because of the hormonal up, you start feeling something inside, you feel something different is happening. And that instability on the inside, you start trying to get someone from outside to fulfill you. That security you look for outside. That's why in that age, whoever cares for you, whoever gives you attention, whoever gives you gifts, we all start feeling so attracted towards that person. Why? Because in that age, right after your body hits puberty, it is not just physical changes happens. The changes happens in physical, physiological, psychological, neurological levels. So when your body is going through that sudden surge of hormones, the sudden physiological changes, you are suddenly at a high, you're suddenly at a low. At this stage, even you are not clear about yourself. That is why you should not explore your body. You should not explore another person's body. Hinduism has a very strict principle. Only after the child graduates from Gurukul, the child can have any relationships. In Hinduism, it's very clear. The moment you enter Gurukul, you leave your identity, you leave your gender, everything outside. You wear the brahmachari, you take a brahmacharya, you live the life of a celibate. Because those 21 years, the first 21 years of your life, you begin understanding yourself. You form patterns, you form cognitions about life, you form cognitions about yourself, your gender. Only after 21, when you start understanding about the ups and downs, you are ready for actually getting into a relationship. Before that, if you have been into any relationship, understand, not just you have exploited yourself, you have exploited the other person also. And unfortunately, today's society fastly feeds us that. The moment you are born, the moment you are, from the young age, you're put into this conditionings. Girl, boy, girl is this, this, this. Boy is this, this, this. There's so much different connotations we get into ourselves. There's a very, one of the very, very painful incidents that I remember where after I joined Gurukul, right? It was about when I was 18 years old. I had an opportunity to meet my friends before I joined Gurukul. When I met them, I was about when I was with them, I was 12 years old. At 12, I joined Gurukul. Fortunately, the best thing that happened to me in my life. After I became 18, in one situation, I was traveling somewhere and I found one of my old school friend, right? I met her and I was just catching up with her. And I was sharing with her about, how I was a sannyasi and what my life was like. And she absolutely enjoyed it. And then I was asking her how she was. And she was saying about herself and the entire batchmates of mine when I was outside. She said how She had just been into a relationship. She went into a breakup. She had a very bad breakup. So she is into alcohol. I was so shocked. Just at 18, kids outside, normal. It has become normal for people to have relationships, for people to have physical relationships, most unfortunately. It is not wrong. Understand, like Swamiji said, Swamiji is not saying don't have children. Swamiji is not saying don't have physical relationship, but do not get into physical relationships when you are not clear about yourself. The divorce rates are increasing. People are having breakups. There's so much of child abuse, sexual abuse. There's so much rapes that is happening. Why? Because people are not clear inside them. Only when inside you are clear. This is my gender. This is my powerlessness. This is my blind spot. This is my strength. Only after you identify all your ups and downs, you are clear. You know that whenever certain kind of agitation happens in you, it is inside you. So you will have that amount of maturity. Once you're ready for that, you're ready for getting into relationships. Without that, like Swamiji said, it is only agitational gratification that you get. It is like some pattern gets triggered in you, there's an urge, so you go and execute it and then you come back. That's all it is. So please understand, any relationship you have had before the age of 21, please sit now, consciously complete. Marajeshwari is asking how to complete after analyzing. Once you write down, I'll take you all step by step. I'd like each of you to please pick up a piece of paper and pen. And if you all understood, can I request you all to put yes in the chat? If all of you understood about the gender misidentification and what Swamiji revealed, can I request each of you to put yes in the chat? So far, if you all are clear. Because this is a very, very, very important session. See, like Swamiji revealed, the sexual attraction is nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace we feel with the opposite person. Attraction is the quantity of the integrity that person's physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity enjoys. All the attraction happens towards that grace. So we need to understand this science, and if we catch this science, we will know how to handle that ups and downs that happens inside of us. Yes, I see all of you have put yes. Okay, how about the others? I only see Ma Shante Fields, Ma Donna, and Ma Nithya Rajeshwari. What about Ma Nagalakshmi? Come on, can I request every one of you to put if you're clear? Please put yes in the chat if you all understood. Ma Wei Huang, Ma Shukrendrananda, Ma Nithya Okay, Madhahananda. Okay, I see many of you have put. Okay, thank you. Now, I request each of you to do this. It's a very important process to do. Till the age of 21, before the age of 21, if you have allowed anyone to explore your body, or if you have explored anybody else's body, please pen down. Listen, do not post this anywhere. I request all of you to kindly not post any of these incidents in the chat. I'm only telling you all to write it down for yourself. You're going to write it in a piece of paper for yourself. Feel comfortable. Do it for yourself because it is important that you heal. At the young age, when you explore, even if you were explored, your body was explored without your permission, it has caused a deep impact in you. You need to heal it. or even if you did it playfully, you still need to heal it. Pen down. Write down the first time what inspired you to explore the other person's body or allow someone to explore your body. And write down what are the type of cognitions, emotions, mood swings you went through right after that. I request everyone to catch this. It's very, very important. Pen down what exact mood swings you went through. What was the suffocation you felt? How did you feel? What are all the things you went through? Please pen that down. Please write it down. Write down the whole incident. What was the exact suffocation you felt in you? Pen down all the effects, side effects, after effects of you exploring the other body and other person exploring your body. Go through. Once you write down, relive and relieve, complete with that whole incident. You need to relive and you need to free yourself from that suffocation or that suffering that was carried in you. I request every one of you to do this very sincerely. It's a very, very important process. Please do not miss. Ma Hongli Wong, yes. Please understand, Ma. Anything related to sex, sexual interest before the age of 21 has to be completed. Because till you are clear, Ma, till a person is clear with their identity, that person needs to complete and they cannot explore their body or another person's body, because both ways it affects. Actually, all of you can notice when you write this down, you will notice clearly how if you have explored your body, or let's say another person's body, or you explored another person, allowed another person to explore your body both ways, you will see after any such act, right, you will feel a lot of suffocation in you. You will not know how to handle that suffocation. How many of you are noticing that? Understand, Ma, whether you have done something to yourself, or you allowed someone to do something to you, or you have done something to someone, all of these acts impacts you, the doer and the receiver both. Because till the age of 21, we are not matured enough. Our body, physiologically, psychologically, in any level, is not matured. So it needs that time. So you have to pen down any such thing. Ma Priyatma Surupini, that's right. Any attraction we have towards other gender is only because of the grace. That's correct. Please pen down. Ma Nagalakshmi, you're saying you're not clear. Is there any specific doubt? If you could please ask, I can help you understand it. If you have a child and they're just growing up, somehow make them attend this one day. I always tell this because I feel like Swamiji has given me a golden childhood with just this one understanding. Our whole ideas of gender identity, the concepts of boyfriends, girlfriends, the whole concept is a hoax. It's a rude joke society has played on us. Because till we are clear, till we know the signs of completion, we are actually not ready for any relationships. If you have anyone who is below 21 years old, it is still not late. Just somehow, if possible, please get them. Let them attend this one day. Of course, today already the day has passed. You can get them for darshan, but please do get them for the next program on this one day. At no cost should they miss this. Please pen down. I request each of you to write down and relive and complete. Let's all take 5 more minutes. Please pen down. Yes, please relax. Slowly, please relax. Hope all of you have had enough time to write the completion. See, this is a very, very powerful process, and just doing this will give so much of healing and completion in your inner space. You will be so ready to handle any relationships in life with this right understanding. And today we are going to be having a very, very beautiful initiation called the Akshara Matrika's initiation. And now we are going to be entering into a very important session where we'll be understanding about the Akshara Matrikas, what they are, and what is this exact initiation that we are going to be receiving today. Let's all enter into the session.
Same pattern leads to same disease in all persons. It's a very standard. I can give you like a diagnosis method itself. At least there are absolutely truth, 100% truth, no exemption. That kind of a clear description the Hindu Materia Medica and the Hindu diagnosis method describes at least 400 pattern, 400 diseases. Very 100% sure this pattern leads to this disease in all persons, all 100% of the human beings. It doesn't change like that. There are 400 descriptions in Hindu diagnosis method. The original book is in Sanskrit and I have Tamil and English both translations. Major patterns, OCD, and the disease it leads to is same in all human beings. It's actually the DNA of Mars. It's called, in English I don't know the word, in Tamil we call it Pavaram. In English coral. I think English it's called coral. The pure coral, CORAL. It is a DNA of Mangala Graha. The Mangala is called Mars in English. In Sanskrit we call him Mangala, and Angaraga. He is so big. He converts everything into Mangala, auspiciousness. He makes everything into auspicious. So during specific initiations, actually I am going to initiate all of you into this Mangalatva, auspicious now, auspicious energy, auspiciousness. That's why I am wearing the coral, Mangala. I am going to give you the 54 Matrukakshara initiation, bringing the Paramashiva's DNA through the planets and 54 sounds. Actually 56. 54 is known to human beings. Only for Devatas, the other two is known. So 56 sounds. We call it Matruka, Akshara Matrika. Going to use the 54 sound energy.
I can say that 56, 2, which is known to Devatas also, is going to be used. 56, sound energy, and auspiciousness, life positivity. You will all feel intensely, romantically and sexually active and alive now, because all auspiciousness, body experiences as romance and intense sexual energy. The whole body will feel that intense auspiciousness with this initiation. Whole life will feel very romantic and pleasant, and that bliss body, your bliss body will start manifesting. Many of you, when you are about to get the result of your hard work, you just break the whole thing. You know that 99% of the work is done. Within next 2 days or 3 days, the 100% is going to be done. It's like you are going to sign the deal. It may be buying a house, or marriage, or some relationship, or some business success, or some relationship with your team, or even things related to your family or team or teamily, sometimes even your relationship with me. You know you are in the last leg and you purposely break it. In Tamil we have a proverb, வெண்ண திரண்டு வரும்போது தாழியை உடைக்கிறது. Means you churn the butter. You know the butter has come. Before you collect that butter, you break the pot. You knowingly do it. Many times you know. It is about to happen, but you break. How many of you understand you have that pattern? It's like a compulsive behavior. When your Muladhara root center tastes Paramashiva, you feel in your muscle memory orgasm, in your biomemory extreme romance, in your bioenergy high Kundalini Shakti. There are 56 primordial Moola Shabda. Moola Shabda means primordial sound, which is the foundation of Panini and the whole Sanskrit grammar. Listen. Mangala, life positivity, always enters into you as a romance and cosmic orgasm, as a sex energy. That's why I am wearing the pearl, DNA of moon, Chandra, and coral, DNA of Mangala, Mars. I'll bring Paramashiva's DNA through the planets, put it inside your Muladhara Chakra. It will do so much auspiciousness. I tell you, first it will break that self-sabotaging pattern. How? The compulsive behavior of breaking your own life when things are exactly on 99th percent. You will do everything. The 100%, that last is going to happen. Tomorrow you are going to sign and today you will break it. Knowingly. That self-sabotaging pattern gets removed when Mangala, the Mars energy, manifests in you. Mars energy manifests in you when Paramashiva's DNA is put in your root chakra, Muladhara Chakra. Which planet does self-sabotaging? Rahu does it. Rahu is the reason for that. If you worship Rahu, you will bless and you will tell, okay, I will not do that for you. You enjoy Guru and Shukra. Paramashiva beautifully says, in Kriya, in Puja, there is a special ritual called making yourself Divya Sariri. You invoke every part with the sacred syllable of Paramashiva's name. Paramashiva sits on the throne made out of 54 mantra. Not 52, 54. 52 Akshara, one spelled but doesn't have a script. Another one can neither be spelled nor written. So totally 54 Akshara. He sits on the throne which is made of these 54 Aksharas. And listen carefully. When you invoke those Aksharas in the various parts of your body, with the declaration, this part of the body, let it manifest Paramashiva and His glory, His state, space, powers and being and powerful cognitions. That part becomes Divya Sarira. If you do not feel pain during the multiple compound fracture, be guaranteed your body will not stink or rot or degrade when you leave the body. It will only be Jiva Samadhi. There will not be ordinary death. The body will not have any decay. Yoga Sarira doesn't decay. You become Divya Sarira. Let me introduce the science, this process, now which we are going to do. The exact 16 sounds which awakens these same lines into your brain, in your cognition, which makes that 42 powers awakened. I'm going to use those 16 sounds and literally program your biomemory and muscle memory with those 16 sounds. See, all this, the traditional dress, ashram dress, it is all directly helping you to support the process. So, the weight of the clothes should sit only on the left shoulder. It should not sit on the right shoulder. If it sits on the right shoulder, body heat will increase tremendously. Your lungs will feel suffocated. If it sits on the left shoulder, only then lungs won't feel suffocated. It will constantly keep itself cool. And especially that Vaishnavite structure of worshipping and all that is completely that. See, Vishnu, because he is in the Milky Ocean and everything related to Vishnu will be cool. So that's why Tulasi, not to catch cold. Shiva, the whole thing is cool, that the KAILASA, everything.
But he himself is a very high active heat. That's why bale to cool it. Bale will cool. The whole thing is related to this. See, now let me restrict myself only to this process. Let me not get into the whole thing. I am not expecting any cooperation from your mind. So you do not need to presume you need to be very silent, peaceful, meditating. You don't have to presume any of that. You don't have to imagine any of that. I am making it very clear. I am not expecting any cooperation from your mind. I am only expecting cooperation from your body. Means sit holding the yantra, don't scratch yourself, don't hurt yourself, like that housekeeping kind of level. That level cooperation only I am expecting from you. Nothing more than that. If at all I expect any cooperation, it is all just simple housekeeping level, which you can physically do, which you can do it using your body. Nothing else is required. So you do not have to have any stress. I free you from all psychological demand. No psychological demand. And just be free. You are going to be spending some time sitting, like when you spend time rarely seeing the sunset, or sitting in your rose garden, or just sitting with the books, not even reading, seeing pictures. Now that is one of my hobby. I have beautiful photographic books of all the temples. Lot of temples, pictorial books. I'll be sitting and watching all those temples. So how you casually spend? I tell you, if you have your own library and your own garden, you have everything you need. The garden which you love, where you spend time, and the library which you love, where you spend time. So how you spend time there? Like that, just sit. You don't have to plan. And if you are tensed, okay, be tensed. If you are relaxed, okay, be relaxed. I am not expecting any psychological cooperation from you. And you don't have to presume that you are supposed to be in any specific way. When I am chanting those 16 syllables, you may feel the shooting pains in the body, which will be getting released. It's like the heart flash kind of a thing. But it will not give you any suffering. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. If you are having knee pain, suddenly you will see in the knee heart flash kind of a thing. A kind of a needle entering or that kind of feelings, but it will disappear immediately. These 16 sounds, they are not even a described syllable. Please understand, it is not like a A, B. It is not like a defined separate letters. It will be like a So it may be sometimes like a mixture of A and E off. So it is a 16 sound, not 16 syllable actually. That's the truth. It's a 16 sound, not 16 syllable. So those sounds I am going to use very intensely. Those 16 sounds form the basis of your cognition. Listen. Your cognition of love, joy, insecurity, bliss, fear, good, bad, right, wrong, all that starts in your cognition. You see that all the things you cognize get triggered in your cognition with the 16 sounds. For example, anything you experience in your life, good, bad, world, large, small, anything, it has to get triggered in your cognition, in your inner space, it should get triggered. For example, the moment that I utter the sound, tiger, immediately some kind of a fear, mixed fear with insecurity, those, all that gets triggered the moment that form is triggered by this sound. So everything in your life gets triggered in your inner space only from this 16 sound. The mixture of this 16 sound is the source of all cognition in your life. All of you are able to understand what I am saying? So, I may be just cutting into many of your pains, pleasures, good, bad, right, wrong, into many of those things. Number one, Brahma Dhyanam means being in that ultimate Parabrahma, Paramashiva, Parandama, which is the ultimate. Paramam, Paramatma, Paramashakti. All these words you can use. That Paramam, ultimate. Being in that Paramam, that is called Brahma Dhyanam. Brahma Aksharam, the syllable which puts you in that space. Mahaksharam, Brahma Aksharam. That Brahma Aksharam is this 3 dot. You can see in my own Guru's handwriting, Brahma Dhyanam, that word in Tamil it is written, and 3 dot. That 3 dot is the Brahma Akshara, ultimate mantra, which puts you in Samadhi immediately. And now I will give you precise cognition. This 3 dot means, understand, there is something in you which you don't need to remember. It is there 24 hours. When you are waking state, when you are in dream state, when you are in deep sleep state, it is there. Even during deep sleep it is there. That is why after sleep when you come out you say, I slept so well. So it is there. You don't need to remember it. And you can't forget it. It is there. Which you don't need to remember, which you can't forget, and that only remembers everything. These 3 qualities put together, there is something in you. That is Arunachala. That is Paramatma. That is Paramashiva. That is Parabrahma. That is Parandama. That is Paramashakti. That is Paramaguru. And that is Paramatma. Listen. Listen to this 3 statement. This 3 only you need to remember. Which is there in me, which I don't need to remember. First. Which I cannot forget, even if I want. Third. That only remembers everything. Which is there in all of us always. How many of you are able to understand? With how many of you it clicks? Yes? Yes? Raise your hand. If it clicks with you, raise your hand. This is exactly Arunachala. Remember that which cannot be remembered, cannot be forgotten, that only remembers everything. That is what is cognition. That is what is cognition. It is not faith. It is not belief. It is not idea. It just clicks. Sit and try to understand this. Yes, there is something in me. I don't need to remember. And I can't forget. And that only remembers me. Remembers everything. That is what is Arunachala. That is what is Paramatman. That is what is Parabrahman. That is what is Paramashiva. That is what is Parampurul. That is what is Paramashakti. That is what is Parabrahma, Parandama, Paramashiva, Paramashakti, Paramatma, Paramaguru. Sitting in that is Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Brahma Dhyanam. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 I have also implanted the Bija mantras, all the 54 sounds. Some of the Sanskrit scholars may think, oh, it's only 51, some 52. What does it mean by 54? Please understand. Many people think Sanskrit has only 51 Akshara. Some say, no, it is 52. But I tell you, 54. There are 54 Bijas, powerful seed syllables. I have embedded them into this Mahavagya and has manifested the various versions of Mahavagya, which I will be sharing with all of you in further satsangs, like Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When the Devi Bija, Parashakti Bija is embedded, Om Hrim Nithyananda Paramashivoham. When Ganapati Bija is embedded, Om Gham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So with each Bija mantra, this
Mahavagya can manifest various different powers intensely, immediately, just with the Mahapranava, Om. It can manifest everything with the specific bijas. It can manifest those specific manifestations immediately. So sannyasa, purifying everything. Actually exactly that nya dhatu means flowing with the cosmos. Nyaya. So from that dhatu only that nyasa evolves. Flowing with the cosmic shakti is nyasa. Nya means then from that only the jnana dhatu and the nyaya. The whole thing evolves from that. Flowing with the ultimate. Now let me talk about this connection between integrity and sound. Matruka. See, the sounds you constantly create decides your existence. Deha means in which you feel your astitva is deha. It is not that you always feel your existence in this deha. While you are in the dream, in which body you feel your existence? That is your deha. In my case, I always feel my existence in my divinity, that is why it is Divya Deha. Divya Deha, constantly staying in this Deha, makes this as Divya Deha. So your existence is the words you use within you. Now, teaching you to use powerful words within you is integrity. When I am teaching you to use powerful words within you, I am stopping all the pollution of Ganga. When I am installing these mantras into your body, I am just sending a heavy rain and flushing the whole Ganga of the past pollutions. Clear? When you think with Agama software, anything you think will go on becoming reality, because the Ashtakanma Shaktis will start manifesting in you. Actually, today I gave a thorough compilation. Start as Vedanti, grow as Shaivagami, conclude as Shaktagami. I'll now intensely initiate all of you and infuse Paramashiva Shakti, the Devi energy, powerful feminine energy. Listen to this 5 initiation. 1. Life is all about Shakti, power, energy. Poor, mediocre, cheap, ignorant human beings think life is all about good and bad, right and wrong. But only elite, royal, enlightened, great beings know
Life is all about Shakti, power, energy, not about good, bad, right, wrong. I am not saying you should be bad, but I am making it very clear. Cosmos functions based on energy, Shakti. So if you want anything, it can be only from Shakti, power, energy. If you know how to receive and infuse that energy into your sankalpas, your vision, your desire, your want, your need, you will simply manifest it. Mediocre minds, mediocre people, ignorant people think life is all about good and bad, right and wrong. The whole equation, right and wrong, good and bad, the whole idea, good and bad, right and wrong, and all the conclusions you come to based on good and bad, right and wrong, the whole thing is false, shit. Use any word you want after this. You can use all these words, faltu, false, feku, shit, whatever words you want. Be very clear. Life is all about Shakti or no Shakti, not good or bad. Neither you get something because you are good, nor you lose something you are bad. What you want, you achieve when you manifest Shakti. You lose when you don't manifest Shakti. Understand, I am giving you the royal principle of cosmos, royal principle of life. First truth, first initiation. Life is all about Shakti. Second initiation. You have the possibility to manifest Supreme Shakti. Supreme Shakti has put her own seed inside you. You can simply mirror that Supreme Shakti and manifest it. This is the second initiation. Third, when that Supreme Shakti manifests, your values of good and bad, right and wrong will have cosmic maturity. Listen. Cosmic maturity will be infused into your good and bad, right and wrong. You may think giving a piece of burger to a poor man is good, but cosmically killing an animal and taking the meat out of that animal for food is wrong. So what you think as good cosmically will be wrong. You will have this maturity only when Shakti is infused in you. An animal whose system cannot digest vegan food, if he or she takes, like a lion, eats the flesh of the another animal, it is not sin. But the body which can digest vegan food, if you have that body, and still you are killing some other animal for the flesh for you to eat, it's wrong. You may think giving a burger is a great good deed. No. Cosmically it is wrong. Your good and bad will have maturity only when Shakti is infused in your system. So understand, life is all about Shakti, energy, power, not about good, bad, right, wrong, as you understand. So when you infuse energy in you, you will have the matured, cosmically matured, good, bad, right, wrong, clarity, knowledge, buddhi, intelligence. Fourth initiation. This cosmic power, Shakti, is a mother from which you are flowering. So she is easily available the moment you ask her to manifest in you. So call her, tell her, these are all the things I want. Please start manifesting you in me. That's all. This is the fourth initiation. Fifth, with the grace of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now Paramashiva Shakti will be manifesting. Type whatever prayer you want to ask from Paramashiva Shakti. Whatever you want to talk to her. You can type as a direct message. Now Paramashiva Shakti, with the grace of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Paramashiva Shakti will manifest now. Om, 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 Om. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
One of the most powerful sacred secrets that Swamiji revealed about the 56 Akshara Matrikas. Each of us have so many different patterns, cognitions, the wrong cognitions, the permutation, combinations of, or I should say misconceptions of what we call as right or wrong, like what Swamiji was revealing. But this particular process is going to be working directly on the root center level, completely liberating you from all the different cognitions, the incompletions, the immature ideas you carry about you, and gives you the experience of cosmic oneness, the union with the whole universe, the whole Brahmanda. Now, Let us all prepare for the initiation today. Today, during the very special darshan, we are all going to be receiving the initiation into experiencing the space of oneness, Paramadvaita. The 52 syllables of Sanskrit, the whole Sanskrit language, the essence of what the whole Sanskrit language is, can be conveyed through this one syllable, the Omkara, the Om sound. And the whole Omkara can be reduced to the center sound. Like there is A, there is U, and there is Ma. That's what you say, Om. And it can be reduced to the center sound of U, the center vibration. By you centering yourself in the vibration, you will go beyond any verbalization inside you. What a powerful science. Swamiji is giving us one of the most important secrets for us to understand. If you understand these syllables, like Swamiji said, right? The Brahma Akshara, the 3 dots. Just by the power of that one syllable, it puts us into instant samadhi. The Brahma Akshara, it has the ability to instantly put you into that space of samadhi, where you are one with Paramashiva, you are resting in that space of cosmic oneness. Established in that restful awareness. Like Swamiji said, Swamiji's that Brahma Akshara, when Swamiji uttered that, Swamiji's whole being will just fall into samadhi. And the ultimate representation of this is Ardhanareeshwara, the form where all the ideas of what we carry about gender, the wrong verbalizations, visualizations that we carry inside of us, is completely, literally rewired just through one initiation. Today, all of us are going to be receiving this very initiation. We are going to be receiving the Diksha with the 56 Akshara Matrikas, the 56 sacred syllables. Are you all ready for it? Very, very soon, we are all going to be entering into the darshan.
Yeah. Actually, I'm even more excited because today we are going to be having the darshan of Bhagavan Mahaganapati also, like where Swamiji is going to be gracing us and showering us, where all of us are going to be experiencing complete completion on this auspicious occasion of Ganesha Chaturthi, because this Tithi has already begun in India. So that is why we are going to be celebrating Ganesha Chaturthi as per that timing. And Swamiji himself will be gracing all of us on this auspicious day. Any desire that you have, we are having actually so many participants who are offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, Tulabharam, and various other sevas. And I think the sevas are parallelly happening as we are talking to you all here. And we are also having a lot of participants who are who have offered these sevas and are going to be blessed, showered by Mahaganapati to the Nijavatara as our beloved Swamiji. And you will see how any obstacles that you have in any of your desires, anything that you were wanting to manifest but you could not, like all those obstacles would just disappear and you would be showered like much, much, much more than what you have even asked for. So get ready. This season, all the participants are really, really, really blessed. We all had the celebration of Krishna Janmashtami with Swamiji, and then now we are having Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations, everything within just this one season. And I see like everyone just enjoying. The season has been so celebratory and just enjoying with Swamiji, celebrating with Swamiji. How has it been for all of you? Naga Lakshmi Kataru. I see your message. Sorry, I just said your message, Ma. One thing, it will directly affect the child's consciousness, and it will be a deep wound and a scar in that child also. So that child also needs to experience deep completion. Ma Naga Lakshmi Kataru. Sorry, I hope I'm getting your name right. If you're able to hear me, please could you wave your hands? Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Ma. See, thank you for bringing up that question, because it's a very important question. That child, even though that child was subjected to this forcefully, the child also needs to do a deep completion, and healing needs to be done to the child. We have had many people who have suffered through these kind of situations, whom Swamiji has healed and brought in deep completion in them. So the best solution for this is first the child. I'm talking about this particular scenario that you have posted here. The child needs to be taught the science of completion. Don't worry, whoever it might have been, you please don't worry about it. Just during the darshan, bring the kid, even if that person has grown up, you can bring that person to sit, learn this process. Today, what we did, especially the completion that we have done, it's such an important completion, that the completion process that we have done today is too important completion process, because nowhere else you're going to be able to come out of those suffocations, the feeling violated, all those feelings you would not be able to come out of. We have so many celebrities who have literally achieved so much success in their life, but these scars that have been caused in their childhood is still sitting inside them, stinging inside them. I see quite often, whether it's in the news or in the interviews, how they all share about how these kind of situations from the past is literally haunting them till date, despite of what they have achieved as success outside. So don't worry. First thing I want to tell you, you're in the right place. Now that you're learning this science, whoever this person might be, whether this person is you or someone very close to your heart, that person needs to be taught the science of self-completion, needs to go through self-completion first, and the completion that we did today, whether it's about the gender identity, as well as the completion we did about whether exploring one's, letting someone else explore their body or exploring the other person's body before the age of 21. That completion needs to be done. And they need to attend, at least make sure somehow that person attends 3 times at least this particular program. Swamiji has opened it for free. This same day, today's topic, the same theme comes in every season. So let them attend this particular day at least and not miss even a single session. It's personally tailored for each of us, so that we can come out of all those patterns, suffocations and sufferings that we have deep inside us. And I request you to get that person to sit, watch this program and do the completion, and get that person for the darshan. During the darshan, you can write to Swamiji to get healed out of it. Swamiji himself will bless and heal that person, and let them attend the program, feel in connection with Swamiji, connecting to Swamiji, and Swamiji healing that will only remove that deep suffering which will be sitting in the child very, very, very deeply.
Actually,
We feel that way. Being in Gurukul is the biggest boon. Because, not just physical relationships. Today we all learnt about gender misidentification, the wrong ideas of physical relationships that we have built. And all of these, how it impacts us. Most importantly, even if they've not been into physical relationships nowadays, because of social media, unfortunately, the ideas that people buy at a very young age, the child's inner space already gets corrupted, even if they don't want to. Even the bare minimum, minimal exposure makes them prone to catch some of the most negative cognitions or immature understandings. Because even before they can understand themselves, they set out trying to understand or get someone from outside to understand them and fulfill them. So always, firstly, like she was sharing, doing this completion, if possible, if any of you have your grandchildren, children, anybody who is below 21 years old, they're just getting into relationships, they're just getting married, gifting them today's initiation is the best thing you can do to their lives. Understand all the wounds that the society creates in our inner space, all the toxification that happens in our inner space, the confusion related to gender, all the misdiagnosis of gender, misunderstandings and suffocations of gender that society puts into us. It is with just this one completion, one science Swamiji has taught us, we can literally liberate the whole world. Anybody who is suffering with these. That's why every time when on this particular day, I always feel like we should just go to the maximum number of people somewhere and somehow just give this one science to people. If this is gifted, the women who go through domestic abuse or the broken marriages, failing marriages, increasing divorce rates, breakups, all these things can completely get healed. Swamiji tells the moment you realize you're not half, you are complete. You will stop trying to manipulate the other person on the outside. You will stop trying to gain power over the other person on the outside to feel complete inside yourself. This conscious alchemy is what Ardhanareeshwara represents. This powerful principle is what Ardhanareeshwara represents. And today, all of us are going to be also receiving this powerful initiation. So it's a very, very, very powerful initiation. Do not miss. And if you have any children, grandchildren who unfortunately couldn't make it to today, please do take time, invite them right now. The darshan is starting very, very shortly. Let them not miss today's initiation. It is something too powerful. So please take a few minutes and invite all your friends, family, near and dear ones, all your loved ones. Let them all come, receive today's initiation. And I request all of you to please settle down. Please sit in front of the camera.
Today is such a big blessing that we have. Like this, actually, every single day. That's why the darshans are too important. And now it's actually already time. All of us are going to be entering into the darshan very, very, very shortly. Please get ready now. You can invite, please invite as many people as possible right away, because so that they don't miss out on the darshan. Let's chant the Dhyana Shloka.
Meditating on the form of Ardhanareeshwara. The form, as Swamiji beautifully explained in his own words, the very form of Paramashiva, where Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti merge into one form, representing the ultimate superconscious alchemy that happens inside a human being. The unification, the merging, the oneness of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti represents that ultimate superconscious mutation that happens into every single being. So as we're all preparing for the darshan, I request all the participants, if any of you need to get your mirror, Kristashila for getting it energized, please bring them. Today, as we all have been manifesting this power, Swamiji himself will be energizing the Kristashila or any alchemy products. So please take a few minutes, bring them and keep it ready. Yes. Now, let us all chant the Dhyana Shloka, the sacred mantras that describes the form of Ardhanareeshwara. चतुर्भुजं त्रिनेत्रं च शिवांश दक्षपास्वके वामार्धं वामभागे तु सीमन्ततिलकालकम् नेत्रार्धं ललाटे तु संयुक्तं दक्षिणांशके दक्षिणे कुण्डलं कर्णे दधं वामे तु पत्रकम् कट्यां वा कलितं वामे अभयटङ्कां च दक्षिणे वरदोत्पलके वामे केयूरकटकान्वितम् उमां शेतुस्थनं कुर्यात् स्वाहाकारयुतं तो वा श्रोणार्धं दक्षिणे शम्भोर्व्याघ्रचर्माङ्कृताम्बरम् उमार्धं कटिसूत्रं तु चित्रवत्सपरिच्छदम् नूपुरालङ्कृतं वामे सव्यपादं तु कुञ्चितम् सव्यं प्रवालवर्णः स्यात् सुकृष्णं वामभागकम् अर्धनारीश्वरं प्रोक्तं रूपं शुभं प्रदं देवी भागश्यामवर्णा ईश्वरो रक्तवर्णकः. This chant very beautifully describes the auspicious form of Ardhanareeshwara. It goes on to say, the right side of the Murti is Paramashiva, the left side is Parvati, Paramashiva Shakti. On the right side, Paramashiva is with reddish color body, with Chata Juta, with Ganga and the crescent moon. He has half an eye on his forehead and is wearing earrings. He is wearing the tiger skin on his body. On the left side, Parvati, Parameshwari, Parashakti, with a blackish color body, with tilak, curly hair falling on her forehead, is having beautiful big earrings. And the deity is having the left breast, which is visible. Totally, there are 4 hands. Paramashiva is gracing with natural hand Abhayahasta, holding the tankam on his Paramahasta. Parvati is gracing with the Varadahasta and holding the lotus flower on her second hand, the Paramahasta. Paramashiva's right leg was a little bent, while Devi's left leg was decorated with jewelry. This way, Ardhanareeshwara form is ever gracing. It brings auspiciousness to the whole world that beholds their form.
This is auspicious session that all of us are going to be experiencing today. And all of us, whatever completion that you wrote today, I saw so many of you intensely sitting and very sincerely doing the completion process, whether it's about the gender completion or the completion with your own self in much, much deeper levels, where you sat, wrote about you, like in multiple levels. Today we did completion processes. I saw many of you sincerely sitting and writing. Now is the time where you can experience completion from all that incompletions. See, like what Swamiji said, right? When inside of you, you experience the deep completion about you, how you feel about you, and the integrity to that exudes as grace through you. Like the description Swamiji gave, when Devi Sita walked into the court where the king is sitting, her own father is a king sitting, and kings from all kingdoms that are much, much, much greater in its stature than Mithila. All of them have come. But the grace she had, they all have come for her Swayamvara. When she walked in, the grace she exuded, all of them just forgot their identities and stood up. Understand that level you have the possibility to radiate the grace. All of you can radiate the grace and experience that completion, deep completion about you inside of you. You don't need to look for your other half for fulfillment. You don't need to look for someone else to complete you, to fulfill you, because you're not half. You're full, you're complete. And that completion is what Swamiji is going to be giving to us today. So that even the relationships that you enter into will not be situationships anymore, but actual real relationships where both of you can help each other and mutually help each other to experience the Paramashivatva, and experience the bliss that exudes out of that Paramashiva state.
And also, most importantly, through today's initiation, Swamiji is going to be healing all the blind spots, means the wrong conceptions that we have built about our gender, our body, our identity, which is impacting us in the way we function, the way we cognize, the way we live and express. Swamiji will be healing all those aspects today. It is only Hinduism that gives so much completion, such in-depth understanding. Today, every one of you that attended the full day program, understand you have benefited from one of the greatest gifts. Only an avatar who's beyond genders, who's beyond any human level identification can give us a science as authentic as it is. Like Swamiji was beautifully revealing in one of the satsangs in 2013, Swamiji tells this a very beautiful one. The whole Kama Sutras that all the Grahasthas follow, right? The whole Kama Sutra was actually revealed by a sannyasi. Vatsyayana reveals it. It's a very beautiful happening. He leaves his home when he's young. He meditates. He experiences enlightenment and he comes back as an enlightened being. He comes back home. And his mother he asks his mother to test him. If he's enlightened, she can ask any questions. So his mother says, okay, surely the one subject you'll have no knowledge about is about anything to do with physical relationships, sex, or anything. You will not have any knowledge about that because you're a brahmachari, you're a sannyasi. So if you can tell me about that. Vatsyayana, Rishi Vatsyayana, he reveals this whole Kama Sutra to his mother. And he reveals such a profound, in-depth science. To this day, people are not able to comprehend it fully. What a depth, what an experience, what a consciously matured being he must have been to be able to deliver that such a profound science. He tells how you can experience enlightenment even through physical relationships. Understand, only an avatar, an enlightened being who is beyond any gender-related identifications, identity, can give us the true knowledge of fulfillment. The whole concept of searching for your better half, unfortunately, ends up becoming the bitter half, is because we all try to get that fulfillment from outside, like Swamiji was revealing. And today, through this one initiation, Swamiji will be healing all those wounds that we have unconsciously, consciously, knowingly or unknowingly built inside of us.
And understand one more very important thing. During the darshan, see, today being the auspicious day of Ganesh Chaturthi, and all of us are going to be receiving Maha Ganapati's blessing. Any obstacles that you have would also be completely removed. So today is like you're going to be receiving too many gifts. So please make sure that you are sitting here full time during the entire darshan be visible, clearly visible in the camera. You can post how many ever boons you want as prayer requests in the chat, and you can post but do not repeat the same message multiple times. Every boon you post, like any number of messages you can send, there is no restrictions, but do not post the same message more than once, because unfortunately that spams the chat as well as disrupts the experience of other participants, and even you end up missing the blessings Swamiji has given to you. So please make sure that you do not spam the chat. I request even the Chinese translators, all translators, to please translate this to all the participants and explain to them clearly that they can send their prayers only once. They can send how many ever messages they want, but do not repeat the same message again. See, one very important thing. Actually, in 2012 or 13, this is when I heard from Swamiji. Probably Swamiji told even much earlier than that also. Swamiji had told that in the next 5-6 years, one of the biggest problems humanity is going to face will be the gender confusion. Actually, at that time, 2012-13 time, we couldn't cognize it. Like, Swamiji is telling so it is true, but we couldn't cognize the enormity with which it's going to be happening. Swamiji said the gender exchange operations are good. We also watched that clip today, right? Like where Swamiji was explaining, the gender exchange operations would become very normal, and people will start having the freedom to choose with whatever gender they want, and they will not be bound by the gender that they are born in. And that would be the biggest thing that will be happening, as well as that will also lead to a lot of gender identity related problems. That's exactly what's happening now. Swamiji said in a few years it will be happening. We are in 2023 and we are seeing how it's in one of the worst levels it's happening. There's almost the world itself feels like pretty divided into two groups. One is for them and one more is against them, but mostly both sides operating with deep unconsciousness, powerlessness, and trying to prove that they are right, or trying to confine that no, you see this, you only belong to this category. But what Swamiji has revealed today is something extremely profound, where you do not decide who you are based on the cognitions that you buy from outside and the powerlessness that is there inside of you, but by the powerfulness, the completion space, by identifying who you are in each level. This is not about how you feel, whether you feel attracted to your own gender or opposite gender. That is not what defines what gender you are, but how you feel inside you, physically, physiologically, psychologically, and with your conscious will. We did the completion process today. I mean, all the participants who are attending the whole day program, definitely each of you had also, many of you had shared how it's clicking with you, right? That completion, that science is too important for it to reach the world. Many issues that we are having, where we say, whether it's about the empowerment, women empowerment, it's not about the cerebral opportunities alone. It is about how you consciously feel inside of you. How you are you manifesting Parashakti through you? How are you expressing your ultimate potential through you? Swamiji has revived this women empowerment, given the real empowerment to women in an amazing way. Whether it is creating the opportunities for women to flourish, to empower more, to be empowered more, or in KAILASA, 80% of leadership roles are with women. KAILASA, I should say, KAILASA is the only nation in the whole world where the women are empowered the most. And there is no competition as to like you're not with a struggle of trying to fit yourself in men's shoes. That's not how it works. It's about manifesting Parashakti through you, the ultimate consciousness, the ultimate possibility that you have, manifesting that through you. So this science needs to reach the world. Today, how many of you felt like what Swamiji was revealing, right? Like whether it's the concepts about Tantra, concepts about gender, concepts about the sexual identity that we carry, all these things, how many of you felt so healed and empowered? How many of you felt like this is something like mind blowing for you and really changed your cognitions about life and yourself? I request all of you to please take a few moments and post it in the chat. Please take a few minutes and all of you post it in the chat and how you felt the difference when you are learning these.
Ma Christina Shanot. See, today during the darshan, offer your prayer to Swamiji Ma. Don't worry. Today you have come in the right time, to the right place, to the right person, the right being, who can simply help you heal from all these problems. Today during darshan, and especially today on this auspicious occasion, already in India the Ganesh Chaturthi has began. The Ganesh Chaturthi Tithi has started, and the Kailasas around the world have started the celebrations. So today during darshan, any prayer you all ask, please understand, not just related to gender or relationships, any prayer. Today, Vignaharta, Maha Ganapati, who is remover of all obstacles, and Ardhanareeshwara, the ultimate cosmic manifestation of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, are all happening. So it's a very, very, very powerful darshan. So if each of you could post all the prayers, anywhere you're stuck, somewhere something is not moving, and any vigna, any obstacles that you're experiencing, when Swamiji comes, post all your prayers and you will see each prayer will be attended to and you will receive the blessing. So Ma Christina Chanal, post your prayer to Swamiji, request Swamiji's blessings, and Swamiji will take care. Okay, you're here at the right place at the right time with the right person.
And Ma Christina, sit and do that completion that we learned today. I understand, I read your message. Don't worry. See, do the completion process. You yourself would have, no, you don't have to be sorry about posting this. Don't worry. You can directly post it to Swamiji. I understand what you must be going through, but directly you could post it to Swamiji and receive the blessings and do the completion process. The completion process that you learned today would really help you to come out of the struggle, because first, you would start experiencing deep healing and completion within you. From that completion space, when you make your decision, you will have the clarity and power on what you need to do, how you need to respond, and you will have the powerfulness to change the situations around you. So if you had missed the sessions today, we highly recommend you to please attend the upcoming season. See, we're seeing they've been actually getting too many requests from morning about how powerful this process has been. And so many people actually mentioned that many of their deep questions inside them got answered. All those who could not attend today's day, please make sure you are attending the upcoming season, and it's going to be starting on the 4th of October. So please make sure you are attending that and do not miss out this particular day that's going to be coming even in the next season, because that would help you. You would get some of the answers to the questions that no one else can answer to you otherwise. Because these questions, no one else other than the avatar can give us the clarity about it. And these things, these powerful cognitions, today what we had experienced, would transform the way the society is currently. Actually, whenever we see the news about how, whether it's on social media or on the news, we see people, for many people, the topic of genders has even become a political agenda. And for many, it is more of a taboo. And for many, that feels more like a suffocation and restrictions and feeling very pressurized, where they're not able to be themselves. But all of these are rooted deeply in unconsciousness. We are having so many problems when we say the society is, the women are not having equal rights, the gender equality is missing, or when we say that people are not able to be expressing their own gender, and that's ending up more like trying to be a woman or trying to be a man and trying to be something else, but without actually identifying who they are inside in each level. This is leading to a lot of problems. And this is leading to today, statistically, just in the US, more than 27% of the teenagers are going through gender confusion problems. And this is all-time high. And for this, if already it is going in this extent with the social media and furthering the society, which is deeply unconscious, trying to drive this topic, making it more of a political agenda, it is going to lead to a lot more complications. It is very, very important that this science that Swamiji has revealed to us today and the process that Swamiji has given to us, whether it was a completion process we did or the 56 the 56 Akshara Matrika initiation we are going to be receiving, all of these need to reach the world. How many of you feel that, yes, this really, really needs to reach the world? This will really help solve so many issues. Please, can each of you post? Whoever resonates with this, please could you post in the chat? How many of you are seeing that there are a lot of these gender-related issues that are happening in today's society, and the gender confusions that are happening, and you don't know what stance to even take, what is right, what is wrong, and you see like feeling that something wrong is only happening, or feeling no, this is the right thing, but people are doing wrong to them, or whatever powerlessness you might be going through. How many of you see that there are gender-related issues that are happening currently in the society or in the world around you? Please take a moment and you can put yes in the chat.
Yes,
So many people putting yes.
So now, how many of you feel, and how do you feel that this, what you learned today, this science that Swamiji has given to us, whether the cognition about 11 genders or the cognitions about how to diagnose your gender and how to experience completion with you, and how in all your 4 levels, not that everything needs to be the same, but whether it's in your physical, physiological, psychological, or the conscious level, in all of these 4, you need to be integrated to what you feel about you and the science of completion. How many of you feel this would transform the society and resolve all these issues that we are facing currently? Madonna is saying, yes, it resonates with me. Almost everyone I know is confused with their gender. Most of them don't even know. So true. Actually, we are having there's a lot of issues that are happening currently. Like whenever we read the news or when we see that there are people being persecuted because of it. Understand, Hinduism stands for 11 genders, and it's only KAILASA where all the 11 genders are given the equal rights. And not just human beings, but all beings are treated equally. And the fundamental amendment in the constitution of KAILASA is where each being is given the right to treat himself as Paramashiva and treat others as Paramashiva.
And every one of you, I request all of you to take a few minutes, share this to at least your near and dear ones, immediate first circle in the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whomever you can invite. Bring them, because attending today's, just having the darshan today will bring so much of healing internally to so many people. So take a few minutes. I request all the participants to just take 5 to 10 minutes and invite all your friends, family members to receive this darshan, especially on this auspicious occasion of Ganesha Chaturthi starting, and as we're all receiving the darshan of Ardhanareeshwara, Mahaganapati, all at the same time. It's an extremely powerful and most auspicious time. And can I please request all the participants to please settle down in front of the camera for the darshan? I still see that there are many participants who are not completely settled in front of the camera. I request all the participants to please ensure you are visible in the camera. And at the same time, for those of you that requested the alchemy product, you can get your alchemy products energized today. Please take the mirror. You can keep the mirror and turmeric powder, sandalwood powder, basma, any of these powders in front of the camera. Make sure you are visible in the camera along with the mirror. So Swamiji will be seeing, and Swamiji himself will be energizing these alchemy products. I request all the participants to please settle down. Please come. Be seated in front of the camera. Ma Yili, Ma Ana. I see many of you are not still settled in front of the camera. Ma Nataraja Priya. Ma Nataraja Priya, Ma Hongzu, Ma Jnana Swarupini. Can I please request all of you to settle down? And beginning from now, the digital securities will be moving all of you that are not in front of the camera into the waiting room. And if anyone is not, if your camera is on, but you're not visible in the camera also, we will have to be moving you to the waiting room. So I request all of you to please settle down. Yes. Make sure you're visible in the camera. Sit in a well-lit place. And make sure that you are connected and you're not having any virtual background. Your camera is on consistently. Yes, thank you. And I also see a lot of Chinese participants posting your blessings request now itself. Please do wait. Right after darshan starts, all of you can start posting, and Swamiji himself will be seeing each of your messages and he'll be blessing. So please do post only after Swamiji comes.
I'm just seeing a lot of messages in this room. I think so many of you have posted your clicks in FJP Intentions Female Room. It's so nice to see. Yes, so many of you have posted about how the gender confusion is affecting current society and how it is so important for this science that Swamiji has revealed to reach the world. That is really, really true, and it is very important. And as all of you have posted, it is necessary. It's like a real necessary for people to understand this. That is why Swamiji has made the 21 days. Every single day, if you see, it's such important things that Swamiji has packaged and gifted to us and made it available for free till this Vijayadashami. So all of you can use this opportunity, really reach out to people and share with people. All those who, some of you had mentioned, right, that some of your friends are also going through this process. Learn how to enrich them. Talk to them in their listening. And you would see how it will really transform their lives and also help you. Now it's time. Let's all enter into the most awaited part of our day, which is experiencing the darshan. And on this auspicious day of Ganesha Chaturthi, let us all get ready to experience the darshan, and with all our obstacles to be removed, please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. enter into a deep meditative state and start chanting the Maha Vakya.